The events of this story happened several years ago. During the course of that year, I lived overseas. My company had a branch in Europe, and I decided I would work there for a year or so. For the most part, it was beautiful, and I had a really great time, learning the culture and meeting new people. But during the holiday time, especially around Christmas, it could get very lonely and made me homesick. My family and friends still lived back in the United States and could not afford to come see me, and because of my job, I was stuck in Europe for the time being. On Christmas, I stayed home in my apartment and decided to watch movies. After watching Netflix for a couple of hours, I got bored and was looking for something to entertain me for a while. Quick backstory about me: when I was in high school, my friends and I used to crack the surface of the so-called dark web or deep web. We were all pretty computer savvy and thought we were cool being able to access it at a young age. We didn't do anything besides just surf around, as we were scared to stumble across something we shouldn't. Well, fast forward back to the present, and I haven't done anything like that in close to 10 years. But I decided searching the dark web was just the excitement I was looking for on this quiet Christmas evening. It honestly seemed pretty harmless, and I thought, what could go wrong? I searched through dozens of dead-end links and pages, and nothing really seemed to spark my interest. After an hour or so of surfing, I decided it was finally time for bed. I closed everything down on my computer and went to the bathroom. When I came out, I noticed my webcam screen was up. Being a little naive, I didn't think anything of it and just closed it out. As I turned away, it popped up again. As I stood and watched for several seconds trying to comprehend what was happening, my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was a text message from a private number that said, "I see you." Beyond creeped out and starting to get worried, I decided to shut off my lights and turn the computer off. But before I could, I had an email pop up on my desktop. The email was a picture of my apartment building. I unplugged my computer and grabbed a knife from my kitchen and stood in the corner of my apartment. Almost immediately after unplugging the computer, another text came through that said, "I hope your doors are locked." I couldn't comprehend what was happening. I was frozen in both shock and fear. All I could think of was something happened while I was on the dark web, and I wasn't sure what. For hours, I stood in my dark apartment staring at the windows and doors. Every little noise made me jump out of my skin. Every time I heard somebody in the hall, I was getting myself ready for self-defense. Now, this was Christmas night and the middle of the night at this point. There was no way there should be that much foot traffic in the hallway, but I heard it. Back and forth, I heard footsteps all night long, but never anybody actually standing in front of or knocking at my door. Morning finally came, and I still had not slept and hardly moved all night. At about 8:30, somebody knocked on my door. I slowly approached the door, not knowing at all what to expect. As I looked through the peephole, I noticed it was my neighbor. I opened the door and greeted him. "I hope you had a Merry Christmas," he said to me in an almost excited voice. I just nodded and said, "You too." In his cheerful morning voice, he then said, "Somebody dropped this letter off to me this morning and said it was for you, but they said they couldn't talk to you for some reason." I took the letter, knowing deep down where it truly came from. I asked, "What did he look like?" And he responded with, "Well, he was actually a she. She was pretty, dark hair, pretty smile." I said thanks and shut the door. Standing right there, I opened the letter. It was a Christmas card with Santa on the front, and the inside of the card was written as follows. It started with my name, my full name, and then read as followed. "I hope you had a nice Christmas. I am sad you never came out in the hall to meet me and my friends. I guess there is always next year. Happy Christmas." I left right at that moment. I grabbed the few things I needed and checked into a hotel. I stayed a couple of nights and returned back to the States and told my bosses I was having some sort of medical emergency and that I felt more comfortable finishing out my contract in the States. I never contacted the police and have also never been so scared in my entire life. Every single time I get on the internet, I get a little shaky and only use it for my job and not personal use. Nothing like this has happened to me again in the years since, and thankfully, no follow-ups to this single occurrence. I still can't help but wonder what I strolled upon that night when I was targeted. if I can leave you with a bit of advice, don't be a novice strolling around the dark web, especially on Christmas. Christmas is a time of year to be happy, merry, and joyful, at least for most people. I love spreading cheer to family and friends on Christmas. My joyful mood usually translates to my coworkers as well. I work in customer service, which many people know can be a nightmare at Christmas time, so it helps to try and stay upbeat. Well, on this specific Christmas Eve, customers were doing some final Christmas shopping before Christmas Day. Right at the end of my shift, I cashed out a pretty normal-looking guy. I would say the average height range of like 5'7" and maybe 150 pounds. He had parted black hair, glasses, and was probably in his mid-40s. He was buying some fairly normal stuff and not really anything Christmas-related. The whole interaction was mostly friendly until the very end when I said something I now wish I didn't say. I ended our transaction by saying in my bubbly voice, "Thank you, sir, and have a happy holiday." He stopped and turned back to me and said, "What did you just say?" I responded nervously and semi-confused, "Have a happy holiday?" He stormed back to my register and screamed at the top of his lungs, "It's Merry Christmas!" I backed away in a slight panic and just said, "Okay, sir, I'm sorry." He walked away mumbling to himself, but I could tell he was furious by his recent actions. For a couple of minutes, I kept staring outside, and I could see him pacing in front of the store, still seemingly mumbling to himself. A few people actually came into the store and said that there was someone outside talking about Christmas and Jesus' birthday. I began to panic, thinking this guy was going to come into the store again or wait until I got out and try to follow me home or something. Well, luckily for me, my boyfriend worked at the same store, and he was driving us to my mom's house for a Christmas Eve party at the end of the night. We left shortly after 6, and at first I was relieved when I didn't see the man outside. We were almost to my boyfriend's car when we saw the man running after us from the side of the store. My boyfriend opened up the backseat door so I could hop in, and he stood there in front of the car. My boyfriend said in a stern voice, "Hey, is there a problem, man?" The man, still in a rage, said, "That lady has no respect for Jesus or Christmas, and she should be punished." My boyfriend, confused, told the man to back away and leave us alone, and the crazy man actually tried to jump past my boyfriend to get into the car to punish me, or whatever that meant. My boyfriend slammed the guy down to the ground and got into the car, and we drove off. Like fools, we decided on the drive not to call 911 because we didn't want to bother them on Christmas Eve, so we thought, and just wanted to forget the event. On December 26th, we did alert our store manager of the situation so we could call the police if the guy ever came back into the store. I still work at the store, and almost a year later, I have never seen that man again. I can say for certainty that I will never say happy holidays again. Secret Santa is a game that usually gets played in a classroom or, in my case, an office. I'm sure you're well aware of what it is, but in case you're not, I'll give you the quick version. Everyone is assigned a random coworker to secretly give a gift to. Usually there's something like a price cap around $15 or so. It's usually a pretty interesting turn of events as we get to learn a thing or two about coworkers as you start digging up on what their interests are and what have you. 9 times out of 10, you just find out cute things like big angry looking guy has a secret passion for growing flowers, general stuff like that. We always look forward to Secret Santa, as we had an almost family-like community here where we were all encouraged to spend as much time as possible together. The tidbits of gossip were always playful and fun. This was not one of those times. This time around, I was the unfortunate soul who was gifted upon by the weird IT guy. Let's call him Squid. Squid was a guy with no social skills whatsoever, however, at the same time, an ingenious worker in his craft, or so they told me. I don't know two things about anything that's tech-related outside of spreadsheets, email, and Amazon, if you could even call it that. A little background real quick. I'm a secret collector of these weird big-headed toys called Funko Pops. Not just any particular type either, but specifically Game of Thrones types. I have this unhealthy obsession with that show, and for what started out as a joke where I bought a Jon Snow toy, quickly spiraled out of control, resulting in me owning almost all of them. You should see the shelf in my room. Jaime Lannister, the Hound, Snow, Giant's Bane, the Night King, Littlefinger, Tyrion, Dany, Ned, Stannis, you name it. I had them all. However, there was this one character that I could never find, and that was a specific version of Tyrion, the one where he's in the battle armor with a scar across his face, you know, like in Season 2's Blackwater episode. Point is, not everyone gets the whole collection thing, and Funkos are, well, different than what everyone else was expecting. Nobody at work knew, and I intended to keep it that way. On my way home, between the time of assigning the Secret Santas and the day we exchanged, I ran into Squid at a hobby store. It looked like he was expecting to see me there, or maybe that was just because he was weird and always looks that way. Either way, I have no clue. I didn't expect to see him there and tried to turn and leave. Me being an idiot, I looked back as I cleared the door and accidentally made direct eye contact with him. He got really nervous and looked down at the ground. I wasn't sure what to do, so instead I just left. I would talk to him next time I saw him and make up an excuse. I wouldn't bring this up, but the thing is, it plays a factor in the day we exchanged. Turns out he got me exactly the Funko doll I was looking for, my boy Tyrion with his battle scar, specifically the one I never told anyone at work I wanted. How he knew just made those bells in my head explode. Everyone had a good laugh, and Squid looked so nervous, almost pale, when he gave it to me. When I asked him how he knew, he said it was just a guess, seeing as we ran into each other at the store by chance. When I got home, I put the doll in the corner of the room and never took it out of the bag. It just seemed so creepy to me that he knew to get me specifically that one doll. I couldn't even add it to the collection. I almost threw it away, but instead I just forgot about it for the next couple of weeks. Squid continued to ask me about it, specifically what I thought about it and if I set it up yet. I kept telling him I didn't, and he just kept getting more annoyed about it. He's been watching me more and more these days. I was thinking about complaining to HR, but everyone knew that Squid was like this homeschooled weirdo. Uncomfortable, but accepted regardless as per the nature of the place we worked. So one day he asked me, and I decided to just lie and say yes. I stood the thing up in my TV room. Poor Squid looked beyond skeptical, and beyond that even more annoyed, like he could just see through it. Turns out, Squid can tell when I lie. Who knows? Either way, it was getting unbearable, so I get home and the first thing I do is take it out of the bag and throw it away. As I do, I notice the factory seal on the box was torn open. Well, sort of. That wouldn't bother me so much, but it had masking tape over it as if to try to hide the fact. Big deal. Maybe someone got caught trying to take it out of the box and they just refurbished it. I don't know. Either way, I took it out of the box to look at it closely. Part of me wanted to know if the creep slipped a note inside, but there was nothing but the usual stuff. I noticed two things out of the gate. One was that the doll was heavier than usual. Like I said earlier, I've been collecting these things for quite some time, so I should know. The other was that the head had a crack in it. I take a closer look and notice that the crack actually wraps around the entire head. I prod at it for a second and notice that it's actually a seam from when it was split open. The head came apart very easily, and as it did, the small thing fell out of it. It looked like a plug or something, but then I realized the plug had a small glass over the receiving part. I take a closer look and see this tiny red light. Then it hits me. This is a camera. Some kind of DIY thing, like it was homemade. As I make it to throw it across the room, the light shuts off. Squid realized I found him out. I wrapped it in 3 plastic bags, then put it into a box. The thought of having it in my house made my stomach turn, but I needed to show it to HR. When I showed up to work the next day, Squid was gone. Turns out he left a last-second call saying that he was quitting, effective immediately. Turns out he wiped his entire hard drive before he took off sometime the prior night. The word got out that Squid was trying to spy on me, and everyone was pretty cool about it, mostly on account of them saying things like, "I knew it." I mean, let's face it, we all did. So here's the part that really messes with me. It turns out that the main reason Squid was able to learn so much about me was the fact that I was foolish enough to leave my Google account logged into the work computer. From there, it was easy enough task for Squid to break into my account and learn all my personal information. Think about it. My entire phone was linked to Google. That thing has me on GPS, granting him the ability to stalk and keep track of me just 2 rooms away. No wonder he found out about the freaking doll. He had almost everything, but bad for him, I didn't own a webcam or anything like that for him to hack. He just needed to see me at night when I was private and vulnerable. I deleted all my accounts, changed my numbers, got rid of everything that gave him access to my personal information. I changed bank accounts, cut my credit and debit cards, completely uplifted my digital footprint. It just scares me because I just don't know how much information is out there about me, how far it goes. In the end, the police caught him and he was brought up on stalker charges of some sort. He pled guilty to infiltrating my life. He told them he wanted to learn the layout of my house. Do I really need to spell it out for you any further? Look, judge me if you want, but please, for the love of God, be careful when you share your personal information, especially when it comes to work computers. You just don't know who is watching. The traumatizing events of this story happened to me several years ago. This is the first time I'm sharing my story publicly in hopes it may help others who read it. At the time, I was a mother of a 4-year-old daughter. Her name is Juniper, and she is my entire life. The day of these events, my husband was at work, so I decided to do some Christmas shopping at the mall. On the way in, Juniper saw Santa sitting in the middle of the atrium and began jumping because I assumed she associated Santa with presents. We decided to get into line, even though it was long. We could get a picture and she could tell Santa what she wanted for Christmas. When it was finally Juniper's chance to sit on his lap, I immediately felt uncomfortable. I didn't like the way he was staring at her. His eyes were big and looked as if though he had been on something. She sat there for a moment and told the man what she wanted as I watched, filled with anxiety. After about 2 minutes, he got her off his lap and winked goodbye to her and said Merry Christmas. Happy this ordeal was over, we did the little bit of shopping we had to do and pressed on through the day. While I was browsing around one of the clothing stores, I looked up and thought I noticed the mall Santa sitting outside of the store we were in. Not taking any chances, I grabbed Juniper and walked out of the other entrance of the store. After a little while longer of shopping, we decided to get some lunch in the food court of the mall. I kept my eyes peeled because I just had Mother's intuition that something wasn't right. We were finishing our food and literally as we were about to get up, the mall Santa came over to our table. He walked right up to Juniper and said in a jolly Santa-like voice, "Hey there, Juniper. Remember to be good so Santa can come and bring you lots of presents." She was so excited, and so were all the people around me. It's easy to say what you would do in that situation, but I just stood still. I thought freaking out my daughter and rushing her away from Santa would be a traumatizing event, so I grabbed her hand and told her it was time to go. She said goodbye to Santa and we left. That night at home, I told my husband about the entire story. He was angry, but agreed with my course of action. The next day, I woke up at about 8 a.m. My husband was already gone for work for the day. I happened to look outside and saw a strange blue car that I had never noticed parked outside my house. This didn't really bother me considering it could have been anyone, but it was just peculiar. At about 11 a.m., I looked out the window again and noticed the car was still in the exact same spot. I made the choice to go out to my mailbox in the front of my home and investigate the car. The car was empty, except for the passenger seat. there was a Santa hat on the seat. I tried not to jump to any conclusions, but it was just starting to make too much sense in my head. I ran inside and called my husband. He said I was grasping at straws, but decided to come home anyway to make sure I was okay. A couple of minutes later, my worst fear was realized. I looked out the window and saw the man in his car. It was the mall Santa, and he was taking a picture of my house with his cell phone. Once he saw me, he drove away, and he drove away so fast I couldn't get the license plate number. Minutes later, my husband came home and I explained what I saw. We called the authorities, but there really wasn't anything that could be done. I felt angry with myself that I looked at the car all morning and couldn't get a license plate number. My husband stayed home from work the next day just in case. At about noon, we walked around the house and noticed footprints outside of Juniper's window. Footprints in the snow that neither of us left. That night, I couldn't sleep. I felt like I was just waiting for something horrible to happen. My husband, Juniper, and I all decided to have a camp out in the living room so she could be with us all night. Shortly after midnight, my husband and I were alerted to the sound of a car pulling up. It was the mall Santa car from the day before, and he was approaching the house with a giant bag in his hand. I called the police as my husband stalked him through the windows. The lights were off, so the mall Santa couldn't see us through the windows. He made his way all the way to Juniper's window. He started to tap on the windows, almost as if though he was trying to wake her up. My husband stood on the other side of the window, trying not to scare him away until the cops came. That's when we heard it. "Hey Juniper, it's Santa. Come take a ride in my sleigh and I'll show you the reindeer." Praying that the cops would show up any minute, I sat in the fetal position, not knowing if this lunatic had a gun or any other weapon. He kept tapping and whispering, "It's me, Santa." Finally, the cops showed up, and when we heard the sirens out front, my husband jumped out the window and tackled the mall Santa. My husband yelled for the cops, and the cops detained the man. He didn't have any weapons on him, but his car did have duct tape and rope. It gives me nightmares to this day, thinking of that horrible situation and what could have happened. My Christmas miracle is that my family is safe, and my daughter didn't have to really experience any of the intense feelings my husband and I did over those couple of days. If you as a parent have instincts about the safety of your child, please follow them. If I would have just left the mall when I felt uneasy, I could have possibly avoided this entire series of events. It was December, some many years ago. I somehow found myself doing shoots for one of those get your picture taken with Santa things. For the most part, I just took the money for the pictures and everyone else did the rest. It wasn't exactly the most exciting thing. Without going into too much detail, I'll just say that when it came to an end, I think I was more excited for that than I was my own high school graduation. There's a lot of reasons. Things like screaming children, the ironic teenagers who had a tendency to mess with the setup, you name it. But I think the biggest thing was the fact that it was just plain humiliating. At least the people were nice. There was this super hot lady who was always nice to me. Not that I had a chance or anything, but it was a big reason why I didn't just walk away. The guy they had who played Santa was a funny dude. He played the role very well and very enthusiastically. The children, or at least the ones who weren't crying, just ate his act right up. In a lot of ways, I kind of admired the man. On breaks, I would usually smoke with him in the back entrance. One time, I asked him what his secret was. He looked me square in the eyes with this intense stare, which, mind you, he was still dressed as Santa, so it was somewhere between being hard to take serious and also hard not just to shrug off. "Drugs," he said flatly. Then he held the look just long enough to make it extremely awkward. Finally, he burst into laughter. It was hard not to laugh with him. The guy had one heck of a sense of humor. So one day, he pulls a no-call, no-show. I get in and everyone is freaking out. Usually nobody cared all that much as we all got to go home, but seeing as it was Christmas in a few days, this was when the profit was at its height. Messing with this was not to be taken lightly. 10 minutes into me showing up, and they decided I should take the role. I wasn't that old, however, I was pretty fat at the time. I put up an argument, but in the end, it was do it or get fired. I tried to convince myself that impressing the hot lady I mentioned earlier would make it worthwhile, but when that first kid crawled on my lap and told me that she wanted a PlayStation 2, I realized that nothing could redeem this. About 3 hours into doing this, I noticed a strange man sitting in the food court. He looked older, like his skin was leathery. He looked like he's been in a few fights, too. He was looking right at me. I'm not talking about a bypassing glance either, no. This guy was giving me the stink eye. I tried to ignore him, figuring he'd just go away after a while, but the guy just stayed right there. He wouldn't stop staring at me. I wanted to point this guy out to my coworker, thinking that they could call security, but then I started to let the possible repercussions snowball in my head. What if he realized what I did, just walked away to another location where he could attack me in, let's say, the parking lot, or maybe the backseat of my car? By this point, I knew he was here for me. Nobody does what he does unless they're in it for the long run. Break time comes and I make a brisk jog, like walk away from his sight. As I do, I see him get up and move to follow me. As soon as I hit the corner, I run for it. Realizing this goon might see me at any second, I run straight into the public bathroom to my left and hide myself in one of the stalls. It's about a minute before the door bursts open and the creepy dude runs into the bathroom, slightly out of breath. I hold my breath, terrified that if I didn't, the bells on the Santa suit would give me away. Thing is, it's pretty hard to hide when you're dressed like Father Christmas. You see, you got these red pants and these black boots. They're a dead giveaway, especially when you're hiding in a stall where you can see the feet underneath. The man saw it straight away and kicked the door open. He grabbed me by the collar and shoved me against the wall. I could tell he was in his late 30s, early 40s maybe. He demanded me to give him the money I owed him. Here's the thing. I'd never seen this guy before, not once in my entire life. Why would I owe him money? Did I borrow money from someone recently? No, that couldn't be. I don't know what you're talking about, I tell him. I'm sufficiently freaked out at this point. What did I get myself into? I mean, to an outsider, I'm sure it looks silly. A goon intimidating a Santa in a bathroom. This guy rips my mask right off my face and throws it in the sink. Then he raises his fist to punch me. But before he lets his fist fly, he takes a step back, letting go of me. You're not him. He looks more afraid than I do at this point. He demands that I stay right there as he pulls out a flip phone and calls somebody. He's pretty low-key about what he's saying, and I'm just standing there completely nervous. What was just a minute felt like hours to me as the man paced back and forth in the bathroom as I stand there in my beardless Santa outfit. Finally, the guy flips his phone shut and smiles at me. I see he's got teeth missing. I'll never forget what he said. It was equal parts confusing and relieving. Sorry, bud. Wrong Santa. Merry Christmas. And out he went. I was pretty confused, to say the least. I don't know how I pulled off the rest of that Santa shift, but apparently not all that great. My boss kept reprimanding me for seeming too nervous and not being cheerful enough. Later that night, it all seemed to come together to me. The Santa who banged in, he was the one they were after. In the end, it all made perfect sense. Why he was so animated, why he always seemed in a good mood. The whole works. All things considered, he was very naughty, and I was almost the one who got the coal. I don't know if they ever caught up to him in the end, but if they did, I for one hope that his wallet was full. I'd hate to see what they'd do if he had nothing to give. I used to work at a 24-hour McDonald's during my first year of college, right in the town where I grew up. I was 18 at the time, and I'm still a petite girl. Our store owners were greedy scumbags, so for our large city, we were the only McD's staying open for Christmas, so I switched around on the schedule that I'd come in after family stuff on Christmas Eve and be home in the morning to open presents and then sleep. Somewhere around midnight, a mid-20s man came in. He was slightly overweight, tall. His clothes kind of fit in an awkward way that's hard to describe, like he wore the same things every day and put zero thought into his appearance. The way his shirt was tucked in, the way his belt bunched his pants, that his pants were a bit too short and showed too much ankle. His beard was patchy and uneven and grew down his neck, and you might wonder why I have such a thorough description of him, because he stayed in the dining room for at least 2 hours within sight of the counter, and almost every time I checked he was staring at me. He would come back to the counter at least twice or more to order additional small items off the value menu. After the second time I caught him staring again, and he gave me a creepy smile while he still had food in his mouth. I'm bad at hiding my facial expressions, and I'm sure I wrinkled up in a disgusting face and turned away to go to the back. I told the one guy on our skeleton crew that night that some lingering dude was creeping me out and asked him to switch with me on the front. It was a pretty dead night, so it really didn't matter where we were stationed, so he switched with me. After a bit in the back, it was normally the time that night shift would clean the customer areas for a jump on the next day before morning rush started. My coworkers said the dude was still out there, so I asked to clean the bathrooms instead while he wiped down the tables, and then we'd tackle the floor together so it was quick. I started on the men's bathroom since the only guy in the place was currently at his table. But just to be sure, of course, I knocked on the door first, then called out to anyone inside that it was time for cleaning. It's not a glamorous job to clean a bathroom, but it had been a quiet night, so it wasn't that bad. Then I did the same knock to check to start cleaning the woman's bathroom. It was a bit of a maneuver both times to bring in the mop bucket and the tote with the cleaning supplies, so I was a bit distracted when I came in and went to place the tote on the sink counter, which is probably why I didn't notice the shadow in the stall closet to the sink. I was pulling items out of the tote right away when I kind of noticed movement in the mirror behind me and looked up to see creepy guy almost fully behind me, only seconds before his hand closed on my arm. He was grinning in a way that made me feel sick right away. He pulled my upper arm in a way that made me turn around towards him, and he must have seen my face screw up as I took a deep breath because he started to try and cover my mouth with his other hand, saying something like, "Don't. No, it's okay. I think you're pretty." Not sure exactly what he was saying because I was already screaming at the top of my lungs and turning my mouth and body away from him as much as I could. With my free arm, I started whacking him with the first thing my fingers touched, which happened to be a bottle of glass cleaner. It seemed like it only took seconds for my male coworker to burst in the door. He took one look at the man in the bathroom and started screaming at him too, telling him he can't be in there, calling him a sicko, trash, scumbag, among other more colorful words. The creeper dashed for the door, trying to squeeze by my coworker who stayed with me down the short hallway, continuing to yell at him, and kept it up till creeper was all the way out the door, and a minute later, a car sped out of the parking lot. We called the cops. Statements were taken, managers contacted. I went home early and quit soon after, as I was always scared he'd show up again, or try to grab me on my way to my car, or even follow me home. So, Christmas McCreep, let's not meet again. First, let me say I come from a somewhat unconventional family. We are all a little weird or wacky in our own way. Sometimes we get along great, and sometimes not so much. On Christmas Day, my parents and I usually stay home and don't see any of our extended family. However, this past year, we decided to go to my grandmother's house. This is a little different because my grandmother and I have a very rocky relationship with one another. I have overheard my dad mentioning stories about my grandmother and my now deceased grandfather that bordered on child abuse. I remember being really young, and my grandparents screaming at me for the smallest things, and my parents abruptly taking me home. But anyway, I'm in my 20s now, and my father decided since it was Christmas, we could give spending the holiday at my grandma's a chance. The day started out pretty uneventful and, dare I say, pleasant. A lot of conversations and happy memories. My dad and aunt were reminiscing about snowball fights and such from their childhood. There was a healthy conversation about politics, which I thought for sure would change the mood, but surprisingly did not. After several hours and a nice dinner, everyone made their way to the living room for coffee and to just hang out on the couches. I left my coffee on the kitchen table and made my way to the back of the house where the only bathroom was. I washed my hands, fixed my shirt, and walked out of the bathroom. When I walked into the hallway, I was greeted by my grandma, who was just standing there staring at me. I said, "Hi, what's going on?" And I tried to keep walking, but she wouldn't move. Now this is a narrow hallway and you're only fitting one across. "Excuse me, please," I said, semi-annoyed, yet still she did not budge at all. Finally, she spoke up and said, "What do you think you're doing?" She sounded nervous and almost a little angry. "I was just going to the bathroom," I said, starting to get uneasy about the entire situation. She started to poke my chest and said, "Where is he?" At this point, I was beyond confused. I told her I had no clue what she was talking about. Where's who? I finally shoved past her and started to make my way down the long hallway. That's when it happened. I heard her scream like a banshee and chase me down the hall. I turned around and she lunged at me with a small kitchen knife. She was trying to stab me. She just kept screaming, "Where is he? Where is he?" At this point, she had fallen to the ground trying to take me down with her. After a minute of this, my father finally came running in with my aunt and lifted her up. I was too scared to use any force because I didn't want to hurt her, but I also didn't want to get stabbed. I was so angry and upset, I started to grab my things and told my family I was leaving. As I made my way toward the door, she walked back into the living room and said in a calm voice, "Oh, where are you going? You haven't even finished your coffee." I just left and didn't even respond. This woman, my grandmother, tried to stab me, and I still have no idea why. I found out several weeks later from my cousin that after my father and I left, my grandmother cried for hours and was basically inconsolable. She didn't know why we were so angry and left so abruptly. Clearly, my grandma had some sort of episode that night that she can't remember, but there are so many unanswered questions like, who was she referring to? I haven't seen or spoken to her since. My dad did try to reach out and explain to her why we left and why we won't be coming back, but she doesn't believe he is telling her the truth when he transcribes the events back to her. The worst part about all of this is that this will probably be the Christmas that I always remember the most. This happened 2 years ago, but I always think about it. Every Christmas Eve, we spend the evening at my grandparents' house where we have a feast and swap presents with cousins, all the people we won't be with on Christmas morning. It was a merry and festive evening, and spirits were high, if not a little worn out, on our way home. Pulling into our driveway, we instantly felt something was off. The corner of our house decoration lights were hanging haphazardly free of the roof, and something else we couldn't quite pinpoint right away. Luckily, the kids were already asleep from the soothing dark car ride, so we sat in the driveway, the motor off and ticking as it starts to cool. "Did we leave that many lights on inside?" my husband asked me, because he would never. He is a stickler for turning out lights before we leave. I shook my head no. The Christmas tree was the only thing we left on, but now there was a soft glow from the windows at two ends of the house. One being the primary living room area toward the front where we were, and the other the window at the left side of the house, the hallway by our bedroom, and it slightly lit the side yard between our house and the neighbor. We both agreed that it looked like someone was or had been in our home. "Call the cops," Stay in the car with the doors locked." He re-cranked the car and I didn't even bother getting out. I just slid over the center console into the driver's seat just in case. He has a concealed carry permit, so he drew his weapon and went to check the front door. It was still locked, so he unlocked it about the time I started telling the police that our house seemed suspicious and we thought someone might be in it. They, of course, said that we should wait outside, but I knew that there was no use in telling my husband that, as he was already starting inside and flicking on more lights. It was nerve-wracking to sit there and watch the open front door spilling light onto the lawn. I cracked my window just the tiniest bit so I could hear sooner if something started happening. Luckily, nothing did, and when the cops pulled up, I let them know my husband was inside and what he was wearing since he did have his gun out. But all the opening and shutting of car doors alerted him and woke the kids, so he'd come back to the front door with his gun back under his jacket. I went back to keep the kids busy while he talked to the cops, and then the cops cleared the house. Our visitors were no longer there, but they had broken in through the backyard. Many of our Christmas presents were gone, the heaviest ones it seemed, as I'd bought most of them, and they had left one of their own, a large pile of poop on the back porch mat. Decorations I had up inside were knocked down and scattered all over the place, the tree completely disheveled. 2 pieces from my nativity scene were smashed on the floor. Our laptops were gone and my jewelry box had also been pilfered. But unbeknownst to them, although some had sentimental meaning, that was all custom or low-level stuff. Anything real was in our hidden safe they had not found. My husband made sure not to touch the light switches that had been on so that they could dust for prints and other evidence was taken, and we gave a report for the theft. It seems they spent a while inside the house without much fear, brazenly turning on lights, leaving a steaming pile, and maybe as they left, hopping up and tearing the Christmas lights off the corner of the house. No out-of-the-place fingerprints came back, so they must have been wearing gloves, and it remains unsolved. Next year, I asked for a security system for Christmas. This is a short story that happened to me approximately 3 to 4 years ago. I used to work for a charitable company that would distribute presents to families or individuals in need during the holiday time. For the most part, I loved this job. It paid decently well and was incredibly rewarding. But on this one specific Christmas Eve, it was enough for me to never want to do something like this again. I usually worked or traveled with another associate named Jose, but since it was Christmas Eve and it was our last stop, I told him I would go alone, and he could go home to his wife and enjoy what was left of the holiday. It was about 5 p.m., so it was getting pretty dark as I made my way toward the recipient's house. I arrived and went up to the door with a big tote of presents all wrapped and ready to be distributed as they pleased. A man answered the door in pajama pants and a skin-tight sleeveless shirt. The guy was overweight and clearly did not take care of himself. He looked like he hadn't shaved or showered in weeks. I said to him in my still bubbly voice, "Hi, I'm Jamie, and I'm here to drop off the presents." He stared at me and smiled with his yellow, unbrushed teeth. He looked right at me and said, "Wow, you sure are pretty," which freaked me out a little bit. I just awkwardly smiled and said, "Thanks." He then said, "Honey, I have a lot of trouble with my back and I can't lift these presents. Will you please bring them into my living room for me?" Like a fool, I complied, as this wasn't an uncommon request to bring the presents in the home for those receiving them. I walked in and the man shut the door behind me. I walked slowly in his near pitch-black house. What I noticed in the few seconds of being in this house was that there were no signs of children, Christmas decorations, or anything that even looked remotely festive. I turned around to ask him where I was going, and that's when I noticed him. He was hunched over and staring at me like I was a piece of meat, basically salivating. He started to approach me and put his arms out like he was going for an embrace or a hug. More creeped out than I've ever been in my entire life, I decided the answer was to just run away. I dropped the presents there and ran to the door. he locked it behind me. The knob was locked, and so was the chain. I quickly was able to get them undone and out of the house without any further incident. I got into my car and called my supervisor and explained the situation to him. What he told me next made my eyes fill up with tears. I had mixed up 2 of the numbers in my GPS when I set out for the house. I was on the wrong block and clearly at the wrong house. The guy wasn't expecting presents and played along to get me into his house. I have no idea what his intentions were and am thankful nothing else happened. Running through the scenario in my head makes me wonder how I was able to undo the locks before he grabbed me or made a move towards the door. However, his pause in action or change of heart may have very well saved my life. So this happened to me over 10 years ago when I was a sophomore in high school. First, let me start the story by saying that at this point, the house next door to me had been vacant for almost a year. The elderly woman had passed away, and whoever now owned the house must have never got around to doing the necessary repairs to fix it. The old lady who used to live next door to me was a mean and miserable person. She always called the police on the neighbors, even though they would barely make any noise or do anything wrong at all. But it was always clear that she did love Christmas. She would hire people to hang up all of the holiday decorations on her front lawn and porch. Well, shortly after Christmas in my freshman year, she had passed away due to falling or an accident of that nature. Her kids from out of state came and cleaned out the entire house and left it vacant. As previously mentioned, they didn't sell it, repair it, or inhabit it. They just left the house to sit there and essentially rot. After they cleaned out the house, they left the curtains on the side of the house open, and if you looked out my bedroom window, you could see right into the house. It was semi-creepy knowing that the house was just so desolate and empty. Well, fast forward now to Christmas Eve of my sophomore year of high school. My brother and I took place in our yearly tradition of watching wrestling DVDs until we got tired. We both decided to go to bed shortly after 2 a.m. on Christmas morning. I shut off all my lights and got into bed and noticed a faint light coming through my blinds. So I got up and walked over to my window, and I couldn't believe my eyes. There was a ceiling light on in the house next door, and I couldn't explain it. I figured that there was no electricity at all, considering the house was vacant and nobody lived there for some time. I stared into the other house in confusion, and then the light shut off. Within 5 seconds or so, the light turned back on again, and that's when I saw it. A brief glimpse of a figure in the doorway of the house. It looked just like the old woman. At this point, I knew my mind was playing tricks on me. The lights went off for a second, and I stood there and stared into the darkness for several minutes trying to see anything, but it was just pitch blackness. Then a burst of light, and there she was again. The old woman was standing right in the window staring back at me. I fell over in fear and ran into my brother's room. I tried to wake him, but he was out cold. I slept on the floor in his room and stayed up all night trying to compute what I had just seen. For years, I told my friends this story and nobody ever believed me. Whenever friends would stay over, we would always look into the window and try and see something, but we never did. That was over 10 years ago, and that house has since been sold. But since it's been sold, the owners have sold it 3 times after moving in. So I wonder if I'm not the only one who has seen the lady wandering the halls. One thing is for sure, that is a Christmas present I will never forget. I love Christmas. It has always been a great day to spend with my family, and call me cheesy, but I really just enjoy the spirit of the day. My whole family and I had just finished a beautiful Christmas dinner, and most of my family went into the living room to wait for me to exchange presents. Christmas Day was when we did presents with the grandparents and cousins. I was in the kitchen watching dishes with my brother Jake and cousin Teresa. While I was washing dishes, I looked out the window and thought I noticed somebody out by my shed. I didn't really let it bother me because I figured it was some kind of shadow from the tree. After a few more minutes of washing, I noticed the figure again, and this time I was definitely sure that it was a man. I told my brother and cousin to look out the window, but don't make it obvious. They noticed it as well. We all talked quietly among ourselves, trying to figure out what we should do. Our thought was that this man was technically trespassing in my backyard, so we decided to call the police. They told us that they would send somebody out to take a look right away. Trying not to panic and hoping everything stayed how it was until the police showed up was not easy. The kids started to get restless as well as the grandparents were wondering what was the holdup. My parents knew something wasn't right, but they did a really great job of keeping everybody in the living room. After a couple of minutes, we noticed the man starting to approach my house, and he wasn't alone. There were 3 more men that came out from behind the shed. They started to surround my house. Confused and terrified, we tried to remain calm. What happened next was nothing shy of a Christmas miracle. The flashing lights appeared and we heard a minor altercation outside of the house. The officers were able to catch one of the men while the other 3 fled. While somehow not bringing a lot of attention to my family inside, I spoke with the cop outside and gave my statement. Well, turns out my cousin Teresa had broken up with her boyfriend several months before Christmas, and the man they detained was, in fact, her ex-boyfriend. Teresa had started seeing somebody new, and this man figured the new boyfriend would be at the house for the Christmas party. Her ex and his friends clearly planned on attacking him, or at least putting a good scare into him, so I thought. Until the officer informed us that my cousin's ex was equipped with a knife and brass knuckles in his back pocket. Luckily, nobody got hurt, and I'm not actually sure what kind of trouble he got into for this. The rest of the night went smooth, and we opened presents, but I had an uneasy feeling for the rest of the night that the other men might return and try to finish the plan they started. Being the father of 2 small children, Christmas Eve is usually a very early night for my family because the kids wake me up around 6 a.m. for Santa's presents. At about 10 p.m., I got into bed with my wife and started to fall asleep. Shortly after this, I was jolted awake by our doorbell. I jumped out of bed and ran down the stairs, more angry than anything else that some idiot rang my doorbell on Christmas Eve after 11 p.m. with 2 small children asleep. Without even thinking, I opened the door and said, "What do you want?" It was an old man with a dirty black beard. He was wearing a red jacket and red sweatpants. His face was filthy. He said in a slow and haunting voice, "Please, let old Kris Kringle come inside and get warm." I slammed the door in his face and said through the door, "If you don't leave right now, I'm calling the cops." The man was quiet for a moment, and then knocked on the door slowly. I yelled one more time, trying not to wake my kids. "Do you want to be arrested?" He then started to bang on my door vigorously and relentlessly. My wife then ran down the stairs, who I might add is a 3rd-degree black belt, and asked what was going on. I told her to call the police and then make sure the kids were all right. The man must have heard me on the phone because he stopped knocking. I could hear him muffled through the door say, "Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night." And then he laughed as he walked away. After feeling a slight moment of relief thinking this ordeal was over, I decided to wait at the front door until the police showed up. A cop showed up several minutes later, and I explained the situation to him. He stated that he had no other calls or similar reports like this tonight, and that's when we heard my wife scream from the kids' room. The police officer headed up the stairs first, with me right behind him. The man was trying to break into the window where my daughters slept. The cop immediately tased and arrested the man, who just kept saying, "Don't worry, I'm Santa Claus," over and over again. The situation was never really explained to me. Apparently, he was just a homeless man who was wandering around. The cops said that he may have been possibly on something. Either way, I never sleep quite right on Christmas anymore. About 10 years ago, I graduated college, was unable to find immediate work, and got pretty desperate around Christmas time. So I took on the iconic role of Santa Claus at my local mall. But since Christmas is probably my favorite holiday, I never had a problem getting into character. And well, thanks to my love of pizza and beer, I've never had a problem looking the part either. All it took was the addition of one of those glossy fake white beards and the iconic red suit itself, and I was making myself feel festive just by looking in the mirror. I had the voice down, the suit, the beard, and if I'm being honest, I was pretty proud of how good a Santa I was. Outside of the holiday season, I now work as an admin assistant for a shipping company. Not exactly the most exciting job in the world, but it pays all right. So when the annual opportunity to don the red suit and make some kids smile comes around, I jump at the chance. However, during my time on the job, the most valuable lesson I learned was that you can never, ever promise the kids anything. There will be some children that ask for unrealistic gifts for Christmas. Some are just impossible to procure, like, I want a dragon, a horse, a tank. But sometimes they'll ask for other things that are a little more sensible, just way out of their parents' holiday budget. So I'd learned to give them my best, Santa will try his very best for you, before moving the topic of conversation onto something else. Christmas last year was pretty rough though, mainly because I had made the decision to make it the final one I'd play Santa. But it was rough for other reasons too. I developed quite the working relationship with some of the mall employees, both short and long term, so it was quite emotional when I announced that I'd be hanging up the Santa hat to spend more time with my family around the holidays. Anyway, Friday, December 22nd, was my last shift before the switch over to the new guy playing Santa Claus, and the mall was way busier than expected. I mean, it always gets pretty hectic the closer you get to Christmas, but even I've never seen anything like it in all the years I've been playing the role. This final day of festivities was easily the toughest one to date, as I knew after that day I'd be moving on from playing Santa Claus. I know this seems kinda suspect. Most people feel liberated when they leave a job like that. But at the risk of sounding sort of sappy, I didn't have many good Christmases growing up, so I felt like a lot of the festive spirit was me making up for lost time. They say that time flies when you're having fun. Never was a truer word said. That last day flew by quicker than I could have ever expected. One minute it was lunchtime, the next the sun had set and it was fast approaching the time when I'd have to wrap everything up. But just as I was beginning to leave, I noticed a little girl slowly approaching me. "Why, hello there, little one. And where are your parents?" I kept the voice on, giving her my warmest Santa smile. She didn't say a word. She just gave me this tired look and kept walking toward me with her arms held aloft, as if she wanted to be picked up. I looked around for her parents, but I didn't see anyone that was obviously accompanying her. So I picked the little girl up and plopped her down on my lap, just as I'd done 1,000 times before. "And what might your name be, young lady?" My name is Holly." "Holly? Well, I never. What an adorable festive name. The Holly and the Ivy is one of my favorite Christmas songs. And may I ask, what is your last name, Holly?" "Donachie. It's Donachie." I nodded to the nearby mall security to have the name Holly Donachie broadcast over the mall's speaker system. That way her parents would come and find her. No doubt they'd be extremely worried at this point. But all the while this was happening, I would keep her company. "And what is it that Santa can get you for Christmas, Holly?" Again, she didn't answer. She looked off into the distance as if she were staring at nothing, like the 1,000-yard stare you hear about NAM vets having. She then looked up at me with the saddest set of blue-green eyes I'd ever seen. "All I want for Christmas is a friend." I was dumbstruck. In all my years of playing Santa Claus, I'd never had any kids say they wanted a friend for Christmas. It was absolutely heart-wrenching. All I could think to do was pat her on the head. "Well, I can be your friend, Holly. Santa Claus will always be your friend, and I'm sure a little girl as lovely as you will have no trouble finding herself a friend." She gave me a weak smile, hugged me, and then hopped down off my lap. I tried to stop her from just running off, but I was hesitant to actually grab her by the arm, lest I upset her. I called her name a few times, but she didn't seem to listen. She just disappeared into the throngs of festive shoppers. I tried to follow, but there was no sign of her, so I started asking around if anyone had seen a little girl, about 4 feet tall, long brown hair, those almost luminous blue-green eyes, kind of a shabby appearance. Not a single person had any idea what I was talking about. It took a fair few minutes for members of the mall's security staff to actually wade through the sea of people and make it to the Santa's grotto. When I told them that she ran off into the department store, they started to become worried. "Have any parents showed up looking for her?" I asked. "Nah, no one. Maybe she just wandered here after getting out of the house or something. Parents don't even know to look here." I was getting increasingly anxious as time went on, but after a thorough search of the mall and some intense studying of the CCTV camera, there were no signs of little Holly. It was like she just dropped off the face of the earth. I suppose that should have been the last of it, but for some reason I couldn't keep this little girl off my mind. The way she acted when questioned about her parents, compared to how forthcoming she was with all the other stuff I'd asked her, left a really bad taste in my mouth. So, one morning after a dog walk and a little breakfast, I sat down on my computer and plugged the little girl's name into Google. I don't quite know what I was expecting to find. Nothing, if I'm being honest, but what I did find absolutely horrified me. December 23rd. Desperate mother pleads for return of missing girl. 9-year-old Holly Grace Donachie was reported missing by her mother, Lily Rose Donachie. At the time of her disappearance, the little girl was wearing a blue and white dress, white tights, and said her hair was in bunches. She is approximately 4 feet 2 inches tall, weighing at 60 pounds, and has brown hair and blue-green eyes. If you have any information regarding the whereabouts of any missing person, please contact the Suffolk County Police Department at 617-635-1100. I was stunned. I just saw her a few weeks before on the 22nd. Perhaps it was a typo, but the more I researched, the more uneasy I became. The next article sent shivers down my spine. January 4th. Breaking. The remains of the missing 9-year-old girl, Holly Donachie, were found today, January 4th, in a wooded area about 3 miles away from her home. Suffolk County Police are investigating the cause of death, which appears to be an act of foul play. Holly was gone. She died just a few weeks after I met her, and all she ever wanted was a friend. It stands to reason that there is no good day to find a dead body, but perhaps the very worst time to find one is on Christmas Day. A celebration of life and love stands in stark contrast to the brutal realities of life and death, but sometimes real life is much stranger and much more disturbing than fiction. This is the story of Joanna Yeates. Joanna Claire Yeates was born on the 19th of April 1985 to David and Teresa Yeates in Hampshire, England. She was privately educated and studied for her A-levels at Peter Simmons College, graduating with a degree in landscape architecture. She later received her postgraduate diploma in landscape architecture from the University of Gloucestershire, the golden ticket to her dream of a career in horticulture. In December 2008, Yeates met 25-year-old architect Greg Reardon, and the pair quickly began dating. The couple moved in together the following year, opting to settle in a nearby Bristol when the company that they were employed by relocated there. By October of 2010, Yeates and Reardon had moved into a flat at 44 Canny Road in the city's Clifton suburb, happily cohabiting with a view to starting a family. However, at approximately 8 p.m. on the 19th of December 2010, Reardon returned home from a weekend visit to Sheffield to find their new apartment completely deserted. Reardon tried to contact her by phone but had no success. Shortly after, Reardon called her again, but her mobile phone rang from a pocket of her coat, which was still in the flat. He also found that her purse and keys had also been left, and that their cat appeared to have been neglected. Greg began to worry at this point. Joanna doted on that cat. It was extremely out of character for her to fail to care for it. Shortly after midnight, Reardon contacted the police and Yeates' parents to report her missing. A police investigation came to the conclusion that Yeates had attended a staff Christmas party with colleagues on December 17th at the Bristol Ram pub on Park Street, leaving at around 8 in the evening to begin the short walk home. Yeates was seen on CCTV at around 8:10 p.m. leaving a Waitrose supermarket without purchasing anything. Phone records showed that she called a friend, Rebecca Scott, at 8:30 p.m. to arrange a meeting on Christmas Eve. The last known footage of Yeates recorded her buying a pizza from a branch of Tesco Express at around 8:40 p.m. She had also bought 2 small bottles of cider at a nearby off-license bargain booze. On the 21st of December, Greg Reardon, along with Joanne's parents, made a public appeal for her safe return at a police press conference. In another press conference, broadcast live on the BBC, Yeates' father David commented on her disappearance. "I think she was abducted after getting home to her flat. I have no idea of the circumstances of the abduction because of what was left behind. I feel sure she would not have gone out by herself, leaving all these things behind, and she was taken away somewhere." Detectives retrieved a receipt for a pizza but found no sign of it or of its packaging. Both bottles of cider were found, with one of them partially consumed. As there was no evidence of forced entry or a struggle, investigators began to examine the possibility that Yeates may have known her abductor. On Christmas Day of 2010, a fully clothed body was found in the snow by a couple walking their dogs along Longwood Lane near a golf course and next to the entrance of a quarry in Fayland, approximately 3 miles from Joanne and Greg's flat. To the absolute heartbreak of her friends and family, the body was identified by police as that of Joanne's. Reardon and the Yeates family visited the site of the discovery on the 27th of December. David Yeates said that the family had been told to prepare for the worst and expressed relief that her daughter's body had been recovered. Shortly after 7 a.m. on the 30th of December, Christopher Jeffries, Yeates' landlord who lived in the same building, was arrested on suspicion of her murder. But on the 4th of March 2011, after a thorough investigation, police stated he was no longer a suspect. He subsequently won an undisclosed sum in libel damages for defamatory news articles published following his arrest, and received an apology from Avon and Somerset Police for any distress caused to him during the investigation. In January of 2011, a reconstruction of the case was filmed on location in Bristol for a broadcast of the BBC television program Crime Watch. Snow Business, a Gloucestershire-based firm that has been involved in the production of the Harry Potter films, was contracted to reproduce the snowy conditions at the time of Yeates' disappearance. Within 24 hours of news coverage about the production, over 300 people contacted the police. A breakthrough led investigators to believe that Yeates' body might have been transported in a large hold-all or suitcase. On the morning of the 20th of January, Avon and Somerset police arrested 32-year-old engineer Vincent Tabak, who lived with his girlfriend in the flat next door to Yeates. But authorities declined to reveal additional details while the suspect was being interrogated due to concerns over controversial media coverage of Jeffrey's arrest. The Tabak arrest followed an anonymous tip from a female caller shortly after a televised appeal by Yeates' parents on Crime Watch. Canninge Road was closed by police while scaffolding was constructed around Yeates' home, and officers sealed off Tabak's adjacent flat. Investigators also searched the nearby townhouse of a friend where Tabak was believed to have been staying about a mile away. Tabak had previously been ruled out as a suspect during an earlier stage of the investigation and had returned to Britain from a holiday visit to his family in the Netherlands. The trial of Vincent Tabak started on October 4, 2011 at Bristol Crown Court, where he pleaded guilty to manslaughter but denied murder. The prosecution's case was that Tabak had strangled Yeates at her flat within minutes of her arrival home, using sufficient force to kill her. The prosecutor stated that Tabak, who was around a foot taller than Yeates, had used his height and build to overpower her, pinning her to the floor by the wrists, and that she had suffered more than 40 separate injuries to her head, neck, torso, and arms during the struggle. These injuries included cuts, bruises, and a fractured nose. The court heard that the struggle was lengthy and her death would have been slow and painful. However, no explanation was offered for the reasoning behind Tabak's initial attack on Yeates. Evidence was presented that Tabak had then tried to conceal the crime by disposing of her body. The court heard that DNA swabs taken from Yeates' body had provided a match with Tabak. Samples found behind the knees of her jeans indicated she may have been held by the legs as she was carried, while fibers suggested contact with Tabak's coat and car. Bloodstains were found on a wall overlooking a quarry close to where Yeates was discovered. The prosecution also said that Tabak attempted to implicate the landlord, Chris Jeffries, for the murder during the police investigation, and that in the days following Yeates' death, he had made internet searches for topics that included the length of time a body takes to decompose and the dates of refuse collections in the Clifton area. In his defense, he had told the court that he had killed Yeates while trying to silence her after she screamed when he tried to kiss her. He claimed that Yeates had made a flirty comment and invited him to drink with her. He said that after she screamed, he held his hands over her mouth and around her neck to silence her, but he denied suggestions of a struggle, claiming to have held Yeates by the neck with only minimal force and for about 20 seconds. He told the court that after dumping the body, he was in a state of panic. The jury was sent out to deliberate on the 26th of October and returned with a verdict 2 days later. On the 28th of October 2011, Tabak was found guilty of Joanna Yeates' murder by a 10-2 majority verdict. He was jailed for life with a minimum term of 20 years. Passing sentence, Mr. Justice Field referred to a carnal element to the killing. I worked in a toy shop for a couple of years, and as you can imagine, Christmas was a pretty intense time for all of us who worked the holiday shifts. It was impossible to get that job without being an intensely enthusiastic, happy, smiley kind of person. Like 80% of the staff were entertainers or had come from some kind of performance background, and we were living the dream, so to speak. We were actually getting paid to play with toys, joke with kids, and above all, Christmas was the best time of the year for that. A toy shop at Christmas time has such a magical feeling about it, especially if all the staff have the Christmas spirit about them. Now, our store was hugely into Christmas, to the point where our smart casual uniforms even had assistants to Santa Claus or Santa's Little Helpers or other various things written in big writing over the back. This, of course, led to some fantastic interactions with kids, asking about if we'd met him and things like that. Being the only staff member who had actually worked with children for years, these questions were normally sent my way to be answered because I always had one ready. So, That's the backstory out of the way. One weekday at an oddly quiet moment, I was on my own on the shop floor while the other staff members restocked after the afternoon rush. A boy comes in unaccompanied, must have been about 9 or 10, smiles briefly at me and starts walking around. I gave him a couple of minutes to take a look at things before asking him if he wants to play with the new air-powered rocket launcher we had. "No thanks. I know Santa. I don't need your help," he replies flatly. This was mildly unusual, but hey, he was a pretty sweet kid otherwise. Unfortunately, I don't know much in there that would have been good for a kid his age. I figured it'll probably be his dad or someone paying for it, so I start showing him some of the limited stuff that would be suitable for some of the older kids. I show him a few things and he sees something he likes, this big massage slipper. It's one big slipper that you put both feet into and it has various massage settings. Not the kind of thing I'd imagine him to pick out, but a fairly cool gift nonetheless. So he asks how much it is and I tell him it's like $20 or whatever the price was. He then instantly looks angry and frustrated. "Is that a bit too expensive, bud?" I ask, keeping the tone friendly. I don't want this kid to be upset, and he nods. So I show him some other things and he starts getting more and more difficult to deal with. He's frowning, breathing all heavy through his nose like he's building up to some kind of temper tantrum. He starts telling me again how he knows Santa, how Santa gives toys away to good kids and doesn't ask for money in return. I just calmly explain that I can't just give stuff away for free, then politely leave him to it to browse the rest of the toys. A couple of more minutes go by. I'm just sitting by the cash register reading a book since the store is so quiet. It's only me and the kid with my manager up in the office. I remember looking up from my book, and the kid is at the register, just staring up at me with this angry look on his face. Once again, I apologize and explain to the kid that, as much as I'd like to, I can't just give stock away, otherwise I'll get fired. "Your boss is mean," the kid says, seething with anger at this point. Now, this probably wasn't the best thing to do, but since the kid was so on the money with this little statement, my boss was indeed a jerk, I just laugh. Like, not hysterically, just like this little involuntary giggle. The kid does not take this well. He thinks I'm laughing at him. "Why are you laughing at me?" he asks, practically shaking with rage. I begin to explain that I'm not actually laughing at him, but I soon realize it's not getting through to him. He just storms out of the store, disappearing among the crowds of middle-aged women that are clogging up the mall. As the afternoon draws on, the store gets a little busier and I get to actually do some work. Like I said, the work was fun, so it was never a problem. Being busy meant the hours go quicker, which means I get to go home quicker. Win-win. So I make a few sales, get to test out some of the fancy new Nerf guns we had in the store, and the weird kid eventually just slips from my mind. Nothing remotely eventful happens for the rest of the day. Right up until closing time when I'm starting my stock take and working on closing down the store. Someone is standing at the register. I look up from my worksheet and it's the kid. I give him a cheery enough greeting, hoping the kid's mood is improved, but it hasn't. Instead, it's gotten worse. "You're mean too," he hisses. "Look, I'm sorry, kid, but where are your parents?" I asked, but the kid refuses to answer. He just glares at me again. "Kid, where are your parents? I don't want to have to call mall security, but you can't be wandering around on your own, okay?" "He knows when you are sleeping," the kid mutters. I roll my eyes, but the way he says it has me really creeped out. "He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been bad or good, and you've been really, really bad." Where's your pop, kid?" I ask again, trying to remain calm. "North Pole." "Yeah, very funny, but seriously, you gotta go. The store is closing." "He's gonna climb down your chimney, covered in soot, all while you're asleep," the kid said. I didn't say a word in reply. He'll know when you're asleep, and he'll be able to creep up right next to your bed. I reach for the store's phone, dialing the mall security short number. I try not to listen to the kid, but I can't help but hear his words over the phone's dial tone. He's gonna stuff your mouth with coal until you choke and die. I turn, ready to scream at this creepy little brat. It's one thing to be a spoiled kid. It's another to say such threatening things to someone who's only trying to help. But when I turn around, the kid was gone. Not a sign of him, even outside the store in the emptying mall. I've only told this story a handful of times, but it never fails to creep me out. The idea of such a kid having such a skewed idea of Santa as some weird, avenging angel, having a warped view of the holiday season, never, ever fails to make my skin crawl. JonBenet Ramsey was born in 1990 in Atlanta, Georgia, the younger of two children of Patsy and John Ramsey. John Ramsey was a successful businessman who was the president of Access Graphics, a computer system company that would later be bought up and absorbed by the titanic Lockheed Martin. So in 1991, John and Patsy moved their family to Boulder, Colorado, where Access Graphics' new headquarters was to be located. Patsy Ramsey was a regular on the junior pageant scene and entered their daughter in various child beauty pageants that were held in Boulder. JonBenet would prove popular on the pageant scene, winning the titles of America's Royal Miss, Little Miss Charlevoix, Little Miss Colorado, Colorado State All-Star Kids Cover Girl, and National Tiny Miss Beauty. JonBenet's active role in child beauty pageants and Patsy's reported pageant mother behavior were common knowledge among their friends, family, and fellow contestants. According to the statement that Patsy gave to authorities on December 26, 1996, she realized that her daughter was missing after she found a 2-page handwritten ransom note on the kitchen staircase. The hastily scrawled note, written in black marker pen, demanded $118,000 for their child's safe return. John pointed out to police that the amount was nearly identical to his Christmas bonus of the prior year, which suggested that someone who would have access to that information would be involved in the crime. Investigators looked at several theories behind the dollar amount demanded and seriously considered employees at Access Graphics who may have known of the amount of John's prior bonus as suspects. By most standards, the ransom note was unusually long. The FBI told the police that it was very unusual for such a note to be actually written at the crime scene during the crime itself. This led police to believe that the note was staged, due to it not having any fingerprints except for Patsy's and authorities who had handled it, and because it included an unusual use of exclamation marks and initialisms. The note and a practice draft were written with a pen and pad of paper from the Ramsey home. According to a Colorado Bureau of Investigation report, there were indicators that the author of the ransom note was Patricia Ramsey herself. However, a federal court ruled it highly unlikely that Patsy wrote the note, citing 6 certified handwriting experts. Meanwhile, John Ramsey made arrangements to pay the ransom as a forensics team was dispatched to the house. The team initially believed that the child had been kidnapped, and JonBenet's bedroom was the only room in that house that was cordoned off to prevent contamination of evidence. Boulder Police Detective Linda Arndt arrived early the next morning with the goal of awaiting the kidnapper's instructions, but there was never an attempt by anyone to claim the money. It was then that detectives made a horrifying discovery. One of the plain-clothed detectives asked John Ramsey and Fleet White, a family friend, to search the house to see if anything seemed suspicious. They started their search in the basement. John opened the latch door and was horrified to find his daughter's body in one of the rooms. JonBenet's mouth was gagged with duct tape. A nylon cord had bound her wrists and neck, while her torso was covered by a white blanket in an attempt to conceal the corpse. but it could not mask the smell. John Ramsey picked up the child's body and took it upstairs. The autopsy revealed that JonBenet had been killed on Christmas Day by strangulation and skull fracture. There was no evidence of conventional carnal abuse of any kind, although police refused to rule it out for the murder. Although no bodily fluid was found, there was evidence that there had been an injury to the girl's private parts. At the time of the autopsy, the pathologist recorded that it appeared her private area had been wiped with a cloth. A garrote that was made from nylon cord had been tied around JonBenet's neck and had apparently used to strangle her. The autopsy revealed a vegetable or fruit material which may represent pineapple, which JonBenet had eaten a few hours before her death. Photographs of the home taken on the day when JonBenet's body was found show a bowl of pineapple on the kitchen table with a spoon in it. However, neither John nor Patsy said they remembered putting the bowl on the table or feeding pineapple to JonBenet. If this was true, then JonBenet had been fed by whatever stranger had murdered her, a highly disturbing detail indeed. Boulder police initially focused almost exclusively upon John and Patsy as suspects in their daughter's killing, but by October of 1997, police had over 1,000 people in their index of person of interest for the case. However, a grand jury was convened on September 15, 1998, the main being to consider indicting the Ramseys for charges related to the case. In 1999, the grand jury returned a true bill to charge the Ramseys with placing the child at risk in a way that led to her death and with obstructing an investigation of murder based on the probable cause standard applied in such grand jury proceedings. But Boulder County District Attorney Alex Hunter did not prosecute them because he did not believe that he could meet the higher standard of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt that is required for a criminal conviction in the state of Colorado. However, many years later in 2015, Boulder Police Chief Mark Beckner disagreed with completely exonerating the Ramseys, stating, "Exonerating anyone based on a small piece of evidence that has not yet been proved to even be connected to the crime is absurd." He also stated that the unknown DNA from JonBenet's clothing has got to be the focus of the investigation. At this point in time and that, until one can prove otherwise, the suspect is the donator of that unknown DNA. In 2016, Gordon Combs, a former investigator for the Boulder County District Attorney's Office, also questioned total absolution of the Ramseys, stating, "We all shed DNA all the time with our skin cells. It can be deposited anywhere at any time for various reasons that are benign. To clear somebody just on the premise of touch DNA, especially when you have a situation where the crime scene wasn't secure at the beginning, it really is a stretch." Stephen E. Pitt, a forensic psychiatrist hired by Boulder authorities, said, "The public exoneration of the Ramseys was a big slap in the face to Chief Beckner and the core group of detectives who had been working on the case for years." However, it seems the twists and turns in the case never stopped. John Mark Carr, a 41-year-old elementary school teacher, was arrested in Bangkok, Thailand on August 15, 2016, when he falsely confessed to murdering JonBenet. He claimed that he had drugged, assaulted, and accidentally killed her. Yet authorities also said they did not find any evidence linking Carr to the crime. In confession, Carr had provided only basic facts that were publicly known and failed to provide any convincing details. His claim that he had drugged JonBenet was doubted because the autopsy indicated that no drugs were found in her body. What's more, DNA samples that were taken from Carr did not match DNA found on JonBenet's body. We may never know who actually murdered JonBenet Ramsey, but one thing is certain. What should have been a jolly family holiday was turned into a living nightmare by a killer who may never face justice for their crimes. Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, a name you may have never heard of before, but in 10 minutes or so, it'll be a name you'll never, ever forget. Bruce Pardo spent his formative years in the San Fernando Valley, graduating from John H. Francis Polytechnic High School in Sun Valley, Los Angeles. After earning a degree from the California State University Northridge, he was gainfully employed at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and La Canada Flint Ridge for many years. It was working at the Flint Ridge Lab in 2004 that he has a chance encounter with one Sylvia Orzo, the woman who would become his wife in early 2006. However, the marriage was far from a blissful one. In less than a year into the betrothal, Sylvia filed for a divorce. She cited that Mr. Pardo refused to open a joint bank account with her, that he also expected Sylvia to take care of her own 3 children with her own finances. One can understand why Miss Orzo would be so quick to seek a separation. Despite the official reasons given in Orzo's application for the divorce, it seems that there were other things at work that motivated her to file for one. This includes the rumor that Pardo had abandoned his previous family after their child was crippled in a hideous swimming accident, refusing to pony up the money for hospital and rehab fees. In June of 2008, a divorce court had ordered Bruce Pardo to pay almost $2,000 a month in spousal support. During the divorce proceeding, Bruce had angrily confided to a close friend his wife was taking him to the cleaners. Then just a month later in July, disaster struck when Pardo was fired from his job as an electrical engineer at ITT Electronic Systems for billing false hours. As a result, the court suspended the support payments due to job hardship, but according to court documents, Pardo was still required to pay Sylvia Orzo a lump sum of $10,000 as part of the divorce settlement. Sylvia Orzo had already kept the diamond-studded wedding ring as well as the family dog, and in a court declaration, Pardo complained that Sylvia was living with her parents, not paying rent, and had spent lavishly on a luxury car, gambling trips to Las Vegas, meals at fine restaurants, massages, and other luxuries. All of this left Pardo with an intense desire for revenge, and on Christmas Eve of 2008, he made a terrifying, fateful decision. At approximately 11:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Bruce Jeffrey Pardo was dressed in a Santa Claus suit when he knocked on the door of his former in-laws' house, occupied by about 25 people. A Christmas Eve party was in full swing, spirits were high. Although the revelers were not expecting to see Pardo at the party, they were pleased to see him nonetheless. His 8-year-old niece, Katrina Yusupolsky, the daughter of Letitia Yusupolsky, a sister of Sylvia Pardo, ran to greet him, obviously overjoyed to see her uncle wearing such festive garb. As she bounded towards him, arms either side of her as she prepared to give Santa a big hug, Pardo pulled out a handgun and shot her in the face. The horror that the party experienced in that moment is hard to fathom. As Pardo began firing indiscriminately at the fleeing revelers, those that had been cut down find Pardo looming over them, pistol in hand, before he brutally executes them with shots to their heads. In the initial aftermath of the attack, one of the house was clear of all but the dead and dying. Pardo took a package from his parked car. Inside it was something he'd been working on for months, a homemade flamethrower. An accomplished engineer, what Pardo has created was an effective weapon indeed, and he used it to spray burning gasoline all over the building. 9 people died from either gunfire or flames, and 3 others were wounded. The 8-year-old niece, who was shot in the face with severe but non-life-threatening injuries, a 16-year-old girl shot and wounded in the back, and a 20-year-old woman who suffered a broken ankle jumping out of the second-floor window. There was one survivor who called the authorities during the attack after escaping to a neighbor's house. The resulting fire soared approximately 40 to 50 feet and took almost 100 firefighters almost 2 hours to extinguish. Due to the intensity of the fire, identification of the victims was only possible with dental and medical records. After the attack, Pardo swapped the Santa outfit for his regular clothes and drove his Dodge Caliber rental car to his brother's house in Sylmar, about 30 miles away from the crime scene. It was here that he was later found dead from a single self-inflicted gunshot wound. It was initially believed that Pardo intended to flee to Canada by plane since he had bought an airline ticket to a flight on Air Canada. However, it was subsequently discovered that the flight itinerary on Northwest Airlines was from Los Angeles to Moline, Illinois, with a layover in Minnesota. Pardo had called days before to tell a high school friend that he was planning to visit, but investigators were unsure if he was actually intending to visit or if the flight was simply to throw investigators off the scent. However, he had visited the friend before in October of 2008, so it is likely he was going to attempt to lay low in Illinois before he escaped over the border. Other reports stated that the Santa suit had melted during the flamethrower portion of the attack and had adhered to his skin, so not all of it could be removed. Given that he was suffering from severe third-degree burns on his arms stemming from the blaze, Pardo decided to go against the initial plan. Police found $17,000 in cash cling-wrapped on his legs inside a girdle. His rental car, parked 1 block from his brother's house, had been rigged with remnants of his Santa suit that would detonate the car with black powder if removed. Also recovered from the scene were 4 13-round capacity handguns that were empty and at least 200 rounds of ammunition, suggesting that what had been inside the car was being treated as a threat. A bomb squad fired an incendiary device inside it, burning and destroying it. At Pardo's house in Montrose, police had recovered 5 empty boxes for semi-automatic handguns, a Benelli M2 tactical shotgun, and a container for high-octane fuel tank gasoline. They also found what was described as a virtual bomb factory in his home. Pardo's act of insane vengeance left a lasting legacy. Polystyrene, the lead singer of the 70s post-punk band X-Ray Specs, recorded a song in 2010 called Black Christmas, which contains references to the massacre. All alone drowning in my sorrows, Christmas time always brings my sadness home. A child is born on Christmas Day, but they crucified him away. This time of year, nothing pairs better with too much food and alcohol than grim, macabre tales of murder and mayhem. This particular ghastly tale takes place on Christmas Day 1929 on a farm outside Germantown, North Carolina. Charlie Lawson's big Christmas surprise for his adoring family of 9 began with a trip into town. Sparing no expense, Charlie Lawson agreed to buy each and every member of his family an outfit of their choice before taking them over to a local photographer and having a family portrait taken. Quite a costly affair for a modest tobacco farmer. Just over a week later, it would be Christmas Day 1929. One might get the impression that Charlie was a good father who tried to bring his family the best Christmas possible, even on his meager income. But you'd be wrong. On the day itself, 17-year-old Marie Lawson had been busy in the kitchen preparing a fruitcake for after dinner that evening, while the younger sisters, 12-year-old Carrie and the 7-year-old Maybelle, wandered over to their aunt and uncle's house to celebrate the holidays and relieve some of the pressure on Charlie and his wife. Fanny Lawson, Charlie's spouse of 17 years, had been tending to her and Charlie's younger children, while Charlie and his oldest son, 16-year-old Arthur, nicknamed Buck, had planned a very special Christmas Day hunting trip, something of a yearly tradition for the pair. As Charlie and Arthur prepared to set out on their holiday hunting trip, they soon realized that they needed more shotgun shells if they were to have a successful hunt. Charlie sent Arthur up to the store to pick up some more ammo while he waited patiently in the tobacco barn. But when Charlie saw Carrie and Maybelle walking down the path on their way back from their aunt and uncle's home, he shouldered his shotgun, aimed in the direction of his 2 young children, and pulled the trigger. There was simply no telling of the absolute terror and confusion experienced by those poor girls. The instant hit of agony as clusters of buckshot slammed into their bodies. The pure sense of chaos, seeing their own father walk slowly over to their bodies, expecting him to help as any good father should, only to have him smash the butt of his shotgun over and over again into their skulls, cracking them open in the driveway of their own home. Charlie then set off towards the family home, his trusty shotgun firmly in his grip. Fanny, who had been out on the front porch to investigate the gunfire, attempted to flee, but it was no good. There's no outrunning a shotgun blast. Hearing the gunshots from outside, the teenage Marie screamed bloody murder, trapped in a state of abject panic as her father racked the shotgun and gunned her down in the kitchen. The youngest children heard the commotion and, fearing for their lives, attempted to hide. Charlie quickly found them and brutally bludgeoned them to death with the butt of his shotgun. Even the newborn Mary Lou was shown no quarter. Charlie killed her without hesitation, leaving a horrific mess in the child's crib. Then, for some unknown reason, he then placed rocks under the heads of his dead wife and children and wandered off into the woods as if in a daze. Concerned neighbors of the Lawsons, initially walking over to wish them a Merry Christmas, heard the gunshots and hurried to check on them. Instead of the festive merriment they had come to expect, they stumbled onto a grisly tableau of blood, buckshot, and shattered bone. Before they could set out to find Charlie, they heard a single gunshot in the woods. Charlie had shot himself. By the time Arthur made it back from his trip into town, his entire family had been murdered. Folks at the town's general store had gotten word that something awful had happened, and someone in town offered to give Arthur a ride back to the family farm. When he reached his home, the police had already arrived and a crowd began to gather. In the woods, police found footprints indicating that Charlie had been pacing around a tree for some time before taking his own life. Next to his body were letters to both his parents. Some accounts reported that Charlie had placed stones over the eyes of his dead family members, as well as cushioning their heads with them. To this very day, no one is certain what exactly drove Charlie Lawson to slaughter his entire family, with the exception of young Arthur, before taking his own life. Some speculate that Lawson had been abusing Marie, and that she may well have been pregnant with an inbred child at the time of her death. Others have insisted that Charlie could not have had the capacity to commit the heinous acts that occurred on the family farm that Christmas Day, and that the entire thing had been staged to frame Charlie. A more credible explanation is that Charlie had developed a medical condition that affected his actions and caused him to experience a psychotic break. Perhaps he'd knocked a screw loose after suffering a head injury while digging a ditch on the farm, or as some reported, he had some kind of painful growth on his chest that had him in constant agony, and he decided to end it all and take his family with him. The killing attracted so much attention that an estimated 5,000 curiosity seekers attended the Lawson family funeral. They were all buried in a single large plot in the private Browder family cemetery just outside of Germantown. The house became a macabre tourist attraction after the murder-suicide, and Charlie's brother decided to open the house to the public, charging admission for tours of the property. Still on the counter sat the cake that Marie had been making. Even after the house had been closed, the cake made its rounds in traveling dime museums. Protective plastic had been used to cover the cake after several onlookers swiped some raisins. The cake toured for at least a decade before surviving family members buried the cake, along with the awful memories that came with it. Though the home was later demolished, the area still has enough spooky history to have inspired ghost sightings of the doomed Lawson children and of murderous Charlie Lawson. Unbelievably, the tragedy of the Lawson family didn't end in 1929. In 1945, James Arthur Lawson, the only child to survive the Christmas Day bloodshed, died at the age of 31 in a truck accident in Walnut Cove, North Carolina, quite near Germantown. He was buried in the same cemetery as the rest of his family, leaving behind 4 children of his own. When news of Arthur's death reached the local community, rumors of a family curse abounded. They insisted that Charlie had reached out to claim his son from beyond the grave. The murders also inspired the famed bluegrass duo the Stanley Brothers to pen a suitably morbid tune recounting the Lawson family's fate. The song includes the following lyrics. "They say he killed his wife at first, while the little ones did cry, "Please, Papa, won't you spare our lives? It is so hard to die." Back when it was originally released, I really wanted to get my hands on a new Xbox One X. You know the one. It was 4K ready with a considerably faster processor. So naturally, I tried absolutely everything in my power to get one as immediately as I could. My local Walmart was having one of those Black Friday sales, and like so many others, I stood patiently in line, waiting to try and beat the rush to grab one. But I was nowhere near sprightly or fortunate enough to actually get one that way. So after failing to get one in person, I then tried getting one online. But as rapidly as I wanted one to own, the users who were reselling them were asking way too much money, and I simply couldn't afford to shell out double or sometimes triple the price. After weeks of trying to find a way to get a hold of one, I had to come to the conclusion that it just wasn't to be. It was then that I had something of a stroke of luck. Although I had resorted to Craigslist in my desperation, I did actually find someone that was selling their Xbox One X at no more than the original buying price of the console. Naturally, I was skeptical. For the life of me, I simply couldn't fathom why they would do something like that, but one thought overrode all others. If I didn't put in a bid now, someone else would, and I could kiss my chance of owning a One X goodbye. I immediately emailed the seller and let them know that I was very interested. Not only that, but I had the cash on hand and was ready to go. I also offered to pay for gas or whatever it would take to get the console delivered to my door. I figured that would be a pretty appealing offer to someone who I guessed was just strapped for cash around the holidays. I was stunned to get an almost instantaneous response, stating that they did still have the Xbox and were in fact still waiting for a proper bid from a serious buyer. They politely asked for a delivery address so they could bring it over as soon as possible. I was sort of hesitant to divulge such personal information and asked if it would be a better idea to first meet in public since it was much safer that way. I'll be honest, I wasn't too pleased with the idea of a total stranger coming over to my house, but he informed me that he was going to be very busy running holiday errands all day and that there would only be some pretty specific windows of opportunity to drop it off. It would be much more convenient for him if he was about to come over to my house. I was still not particularly ecstatic about the idea, but oh man, I really wanted that new 4K Xbox. So in the end, I agreed and texted the dude my home address. I figured it was safer than me going over to his place. At least this way I'd be on home turf. I was so happy and eager to get my hands on that new console, and that excitement only grew as I began waiting for the guy to turn up. But he took his sweet time. I mean, hours and hours passed by before I began to suspect that he wasn't going to actually show. Around 1 in the afternoon, 4 hours after he was due, I was seriously losing my cool, thinking it was a prank or something. I tried texting the guy back, asking him where he was. Previously, I had gotten pretty timely responses from the guy, but this time I didn't hear a single thing from him. By 6 that evening, I just lost all hope. I assumed that he got a better offer from someone else and didn't have the heart to tell me he picked a new buyer. I was disappointed, more than words can possibly describe. I got myself so psyched, and I can't even tell you how deflated I was. It's one thing not to have gotten the item from the store. I could come to terms with that. But I was so close to having one in my hands, it sucked having my hopes dashed so cruelly like that. And that didn't mean I'd given up entirely. So for the rest of the night, I kept looking around on Craigslist and other sites to find a new Xbox One X that was within my price range. But as I was getting ready to wind down for bed, I heard something. At first I had dismissed it as the wind or something, that it was maybe just my imagination. But then I heard it again. Someone knocking. Not at my front door, but lightly on the TV room window. I walked up to the bedroom window and peer out into the driveway, seeing this strange-looking dude at my front door looking around as if checking the coast is clear. I'm suspicious, but I go downstairs to see what he wants. He identified himself as the guy who had the Xbox, apologized for being so late, and explained he had gotten backtracked with errands during his day. Then, he casually asked if I still had the money. I opened the door all the way, but still kept the screen door closed as a precaution. Something just didn't feel right, like at all. I told him that, yeah, I still had the cash on me, but I didn't see that he had anything with him, so I calmly asked if he had brought the Xbox with him, like if it's still in his car or anything. As expected, he told me it was out in his van. He told me to get the money and come out to the van with him and he would get it for me. I let him know that I wasn't really comfortable walking out to his van, but he seems to understand and tells me it was all good. I briefly look over the guy's shoulder and see that there is in fact someone else sitting there in the van. Not only that, but the dude at my door has been keeping his hands concealed in the little front pouch of his hoodie the whole time while talking to me. And there was definitely something more than just his hands in there. Don't ask me how I could tell. I just could. You know when you just get a gut feeling about something? Yeah, that. I tried to stay as chill as possible as I lied to him that I'd just go fetch my wallet and return in a minute. His mood immediately changed as I closed the door in his face before locking it. I then make the split-second decision, better to be safe than sorry, so I pull my phone out of my shorts and dial 911. But as I do, I heard a loud thud on my front door, then the sound of the van's engine revving before it zooms off into the night. When I went to check and see if he had damaged my door, I nearly peed my pants when I saw a rusty old hatchet buried in the wood. I was right that he had something in a sweatshirt, and that I shouldn't go out to the van with him. Be careful who you're buying from, folks. You never know who's behind the username. So this happened all the way back in the late 1990s when I was a college sophomore. Me and the girl I was dating at the time had been going steady for about 8 months, and since she was my first real girlfriend, my mom was pretty keen to meet her. And what better time than the holidays to introduce her to the folks? During the week before Christmas, my mom's family traditionally held quite a large gathering up at my uncle's place over in Sandy, in my home state of Oregon. Pretty much all my extended family head out there year after year from all over the Portland area, and since they've gotten word that I was bringing my girlfriend, the hype to meet her was huge. I won't lie, I was kind of nervous that they'd embarrass me in front of her, but that anxiety was totally misplaced. She got along really well with all of them, and despite some playful humiliation when a cousin of mine told her the story of how I literally peed my pants at the Haunted Mansion ride when I was a kid, they were a credit to me. And when it came to driving her back home, she seemed to be more into me than ever. We'd agreed to drive back down to Eugene at like 7 p.m. so I wouldn't be too tired driving back. But since we had such a good time, we stayed way later than we had planned to, and didn't get on the road until about 10:30 p.m. that evening. In the hopes of making the journey a little faster, I ended up taking the OR211 instead of just sticking to the I-5S for the whole drive. Annoyingly, this didn't quite actually make the journey any faster, but point being, the OR211 was pretty much surrounded by farms or these huge swaths of dense pine forest. So as you can imagine, big stretches of it aren't lit very well at all, and for some parts of the drive, we were moving through complete darkness, saved only by our car's headlights. But honestly, I wasn't all worried about it. I was pretty good at reading a map, and once I was back on the I-5, a road I knew pretty well, I figured everything would be all good. So we're just cruising along, in high spirits, talking about how goofy some of my family were, but generally my girlfriend was singing their praises and telling how she couldn't wait to meet them again. It's right around then that we hit a section of the highway that descends down this big old hill, heading up to the bridge crossing over Deep Creek. There, the highway is sandwiched by some of the densest forests you've ever likely seen, and there is absolutely nothing lighting up the highway, It's the only thing we can see from the front seats of the cars, like maybe 20 or 30 feet that our headlights are illuminating, and pretty much nothing else. But like I said, we're in high spirits, completely unprepared for what was about to happen. Right as the highway was starting to level off, something darts across the front of us so fast and so suddenly that I barely missed smashing into it. I brake so hard that I almost gave the pair of us whiplash. Then, when we're stopped, both me and my girlfriend are in a complete frenzy of, "Oh God, did you see that? What was that?" There are plenty of deer in that area of Oregon, plenty of coyotes too, but the thing that ran out in front of us was way too big to be a coyote, and something about the way it moved gave me this gut feeling that it wasn't a deer either. The shape was just way too slender, almost like whatever was out there had moved on 2 legs, not 4. Now, next thing, I know how completely dumb this sounds in retrospect, but my curiosity just got the better of me and I decided I wanted to investigate. So again, this was also incredibly dumb. I turned the car like 90 degrees in the highway so I could point our headlights into the woods. Yes, this could have caused a horrible accident if another car had come along at the same time I was doing this, but I don't think I was thinking straight at the time. You see, as a kid growing up in the Pacific Northwest, I've heard a lot of stories about Bigfoot and Sasquatch, and I'd be lying if I said that they didn't capture my imagination. No, I'm not saying that I thought I'd caught a glimpse of Gigantopithecus or anything. I know the stories are mostly exactly that, just stories, but a part of me just wanted to be sure. So like I said, I turned the car 90 degrees, turned on the high beams, and stepped out of the driver's side and onto the highway. I stare off into the trees for a minute or two, but I don't see a thing. Nothing is moving out there, and the whole scene was as quiet as the grave. But as I'm looking, I get this feeling in the pit of my stomach, and start to feel as if though I've made a huge error of judgment. It was one of the most intensely terrifying feelings I'd ever felt in my entire life, a feeling like I was being watched by something predatory. I know it's a huge cliche, and the whole "I felt like I was being watched" thing is such a tired old trope, but I don't really know any other way to phrase it. My heart was pounding, the hairs on the back of my neck are standing on end, and my gut just turned to ice. So without turning my back to the woods where I expected the danger to come from, I started edging back towards the car. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, I practically jump out of my skin when I hear the car's horn letting off one long, excruciatingly loud, extended blast. I mean, it scared me so bad that I almost straight up peed my pants, Haunted Mansion style. My first thought was that my girlfriend had ended up leaning on the horn as she climbed over into the driver's seat for some reason, because she'd done that once or twice before. But as I turn back around, I can see she's still on the passenger side, but that she's actually leaning over to push the horn in what was evidently a frenzied attempt to get my attention. I run back to the car and ask her if she's okay, but she doesn't say a single word to me. She just points off to a spot about 50 feet away from where we parked. I spin my head around to see what she's pointing at, and that's when I see it. What was, without a shadow of a doubt, the thing that had run in front of our car just a few minutes prior. Lit up by the residual light of our high beams, what I saw was really obviously a man, but he was covered in animal furs, what looked like a mishmash of deer skins, bear skins, and elk skins, and on his head, secured in a way I'm not even sure of, were these antlers. At the time, because of how closely it was to the holidays, I remember the words "reindeer man" just flashed into my mind. Maybe in the naive hope that the dude was dressed that way out of some misdirected festive spirit. But he certainly didn't seem in any kind of festive spirit, not in the least bit. Like I couldn't see his eyes because of the weird kind of head covering he had on, but I could see his mouth, and at first he kind of looked like he was giving us a smile. Only as I looked, I could see it wasn't a smile at all. This guy was just baring his teeth to us, like the way chimps do as some kind of warning. After that, he turned and walked off into the forest, never to be seen again. Obviously, right after that, me and my girlfriend just got out of there and got back onto the roads towards the I-5. It took us both a while to calm our nerves, but my girlfriend was particularly shaken up, and that's because she'd seen something that I hadn't. And as we drove on, she explained exactly what that was. While I'd been staring off into the woods looking for Sasquatch or whatever, she'd noticed him out of her peripheral vision, but was basically frozen in fear for a moment or two as she watched him walking slowly towards me. Or rather, walking isn't the right word. From how she described it, this guy was stalking, the way a hunter might stalk a deer. The way she puts it, she had to summon up pretty much all of her courage to be able to lean over and honk the horn the way she did. Then when Reindeer Man had heard the honking, he backed off a little before I saw him, and like I said, he kind of just froze in place before disappearing. I did a fair amount of online research when I got home to try and find out if anyone else had any run-ins with this guy, but there was absolutely nothing online about him. There are plenty of crazy survivalist types up here in the Pacific Northwest, and I'm guessing he was one of those, but they tend to be pretty open about their existence, sometimes even advertise themselves as militiamen or whatever, whereas the Reindeer Man seemed like he was living completely off the grid. I don't live in Oregon anymore. Me and my girlfriend during the encounter broke up at the end of college, but when we were still together and I happened to be driving down towards Eugene, I always avoided the stretch of highway that I saw the Reindeer Man on. I've told this story a lot over the years, and some people honestly just think I'm making it up as like a campfire tale or something. But it's not a tale. It's not made up. And it's definitely not just intended to be some dumb spoopy story. It's most definitely a warning to anyone traveling on that road at night, because if my girlfriend wasn't with me when he ran out in front of the car, if she wasn't there to spot him before he crept up on me, only to scare him off with a blast of the horn, I honestly might not be here to warn you guys. So please, this holiday season, drive careful, drive slow, and do not stop for any reason on dark, deserted stretches of forest highway. So a little bit of backstory. My great-grandmother's second husband was apparently a total sadist who systematically abused her grandchildren for many, many years in pretty much every way you can imagine. These grandchildren happened to be my dad and his sisters, and it had a horrendous effect on them, as you can probably imagine. It was also totally unknown to anyone but them until quite a while after he died, which coincidentally was around the same time that I was born. So as I said, the abuse had a really harsh effect on my family's collective psyche, and made them vigilant to the point of paranoia when it came to protecting me from a similar fate. As a result, I was basically never allowed to play outside without strict supervision, and I almost certainly was never allowed to go to sleepovers at friends' house when I was a kid. This story takes place back in the early 90s when I was about 7 or 8 years old. My family was living down in Florida just when the holidays were about to roll around. We were a very close family, for reasons I already stated, so my Nana lived with us right up until the day she passed. She helped out around the house and with a lot of childcare stuff, so whenever I was home due to school holidays or whatever, she would look after me whenever my mom and dad had to work. I adored her with all my heart. She was just about the best Nana that anyone could ever wish for, and she was tough as an old boot, too. So this particular year, I was lucky enough to have gotten the one thing I really, really wanted Santa to bring me, a brand new pair of roller skates. I was obsessed with them, and from the moment I got them, I was itching to practice so I could get good enough to start going really fast or nail some tricks on them. One afternoon, I'm zooming up and down the sidewalk outside our house, getting better and better with each passing hour, while Nana is sitting on the porch and keeping a close eye on me in between bouts of reading a magazine or a book or something. Then at one point, the phone rings and Nana basically has no choice but to duck inside to answer it. I'm guessing she hesitated on calling me inside, knowing I'd kick up a fuss if I had to stop skating even for a minute, so she must have figured that she could probably duck inside and answer the call without it being too much of a risk. But as she did, She kept the main door open so that she could still see me through the screen door. It took a minute or two for her to get back from the call, but nothing went down during that time, so I figured that gave her a little peace of mind that she didn't have to worry about me all the time. When she gets back, she goes back to reading her thing while I was hard at work learning to spin on the front or whatever trick I had my heart set on learning. Then after maybe another 45 minutes or so, she calls to me that it was time for a lemonade break and that we had to go inside. I remember begging her with everything I had to just please let me skate for just a little while longer. I managed to bargain with her somehow, telling her I'd skate just for a few more minutes, but also swearing that I'd come inside as soon as she'd made the lemonade. No ifs, ands, or buts. She kind of scowls at me for a second, probably silently cursing the fact that she couldn't quite say no to me whenever I begged her like that. But she eventually agreed before going inside to get the lemonade ready. But when she did, she tells me to sing as loud as I can so she can hear me from the kitchen and know I was still there. So I did as I was told and warbled all the Boys to Men lyrics I knew while I continued to skate up and down. Then maybe only a few minutes go by and I look up to see this big old van turn onto our street. It starts cruising along all slow, almost looking like they were lost or looking for something. But I didn't pay it any mind. I was a kid, naive, and besides, I was too busy being happy with my skates to really consider any danger it might pose. And on top of that, I was with my tough old Nana, and nothing could ever hurt me so long as she was around. Or at least, that's what I thought. So as it rolls up alongside me and slows to a stop, I just carry on trying my very best to twirl on the spot with my skates. And in fact, knowing me, I probably tried to show off a little given that I had an impromptu audience. The next thing I know, the passenger side of the van opens out and a very, very tall man steps out. I know everyone is tall when you've yet to hit 10 years old, but this guy probably towered over all the other grown-ups he was around too. He was skinny. He looked like a scarecrow and a skeleton's love child or something, just all gangly limbs with a shock of salt and pepper hair messily strewn across his scalp. I remember that specifically. He approaches me and asks me which way the highway is, and I just pointed back down the street. I'm not even sure that was the right direction, but I just sure wanted to be helpful to a stranger. I remember he smiled and thanked me, and it was only then that I started to get nervous. It was his teeth. They were all discolored and crooked. I think most kids associate monsters with their teeth, maybe most adults too. I know I certainly do, and seeing that guy's teeth put the fear of God into me. But I tried to stay polite when he asked me how my Christmas went, showing him my new skates when he asked me what Santa had brought me that year. It was then that he told me that Santa had been extra generous to him and his family that year and had brought his daughter so many presents that she didn't even want them all. Now my family has always been close-knit, a loving and generous family with their money. They just never had a lot of it, so holidays for us was always pretty sparse affairs. Which is why when the Scarecrow Man told me his daughter got so much that she didn't even want some of her presents, I couldn't quite believe my ears. And when he actually offered me a Barbie-themed dollhouse, one I actually really did want, I almost forgot about how nervous I was of him. It wasn't enough to completely shake the fear out of me though, so when he told me he had it in the back of his van, asking if I'd like to come take a look, I just started skating away from him, shaking my head all silent. But instead of just shrugging it off and getting back into his van, he starts to follow me back towards my parents' place, asking where I lived, if my parents were home, that kind of stuff. We hadn't had any stranger danger lessons in school, so it was only out of pure instinct that I unlatched the gate to my parents' place and began to wail for my Nana. No sooner had I let out the second cry than my Nana appears with this big old cast iron pan in her hand and comes tearing up the path towards me and what I now know to be my potential abductor, and she's screaming bloody murder as she does so. I didn't see this at the time, but from what my mom told me years later at my Nana's funeral, this guy takes one look at Nana, soils his pants, and just bugs out of there as she chases his van up the street. I do remember seeing her swinging that pan around and telling him to come back so she could beat him black and blue, And as much as her display of furiousness freaked me out, I was just grateful that she could be twice as scary as Scarecrow Man had been. The way my mom tells it, Nana had tried to get the van's tag number only to find it didn't have one. The guy was a predator through and through, and had obviously been prepping and gearing up to kidnap a kid, for whatever reason that may be. Next thing I know, the cops at our house. My dad had come home early from work, and I'm having to tell people over and over what that guy looked like while they write down things and ask me a zillion questions about the color of the van, the guy's clothes, like every little detail you could possibly think of. Needless to say, I didn't get to go out on my skates again for the rest of the holidays. So like I mentioned, this whole story came up in my Nana's funeral when we were telling tales about her. And the one really freaky thing about the whole incident, and something I didn't know until years and years after, was that when me and Nana described the Scarecrow Man to the cops, they both shot each other a look like, holy God. Before telling Nana and my dad, I was out of the room by that point, that we pretty much just described another one of their perps to them, to a T. We described a guy that had made several other attempts at kidnapping kids in broad daylight over the holiday period, a guy that they were desperate to get their hands on because they knew it was just a matter of time before his luck turned and he managed to trick a kid into getting into his van. Knowing I could have been that kid, knowing I could well have been dead before my 10th birthday, having endured unimaginable torment before I was finally put out of my misery, it's something that makes my skin crawl, even to this day. I've worked as a mall Santa for the past few Christmases now. I'm only 33, but thanks to my complete lack of exercise routine, I definitely have the figure for it. And once I have the beard and the wig and hat combo going, there's basically no telling the difference between me and a 60-year-old dude. Mall Santa work can be tough for a few different reasons. Number one, the hours are really long and the pay can be really terrible depending on which mall you manage to get employed by. Number two, the kids can be little monsters, and their parents can be just as terrible on occasion too. But the reason I'm actually considering skipping the entire thing this year and having something of a budget Christmas is that you get some seriously disturbing things happening from time to time. I mean, the kind of things that keep you up at night, even after a long, exhausting shift. However, the worst thing that's ever happened to me as a mall Santa was actually nothing to do with kids, parents, or terrible pay and hours, and I'm sure you'll see why after I tell the story. So every year, usually when the malls are quietest during weekday mornings, we get specially organized visits from special needs kids or adults with learning disabilities who are bussed in from the surrounding areas. Pretty much every other mall Santa I've spoken to about this agrees that it can be one of the most rewarding parts of the job, and that the adults with learning difficulties are often even more excited about the prospect of meeting Santa than some of the kids are. Literally the only downside is that some of them are so heavy that my thighs hurt after having like 50 in a row sit on my lap, but other than that, it's honestly one of the best parts of the job. Last year, I'm in the middle of one of the special sessions when I get this girl coming up and sitting on my lap. I say girl, but she was legitimately a grown woman, looking like she was in her mid-30s or something, but she had the mental age of about 9 or 10, all smiles and giggles, way shy about meeting Santa again. It was cute as all get out, but the interaction was not so cute, and turned that way pretty fast. So like I said, she's all giggles and smiles as she comes up to sit on my lap, and I give her the usual spiel, asking her name, how old she is, if she's excited for Christmas and all that stuff. Then, when it comes to asking her what she wants me to bring her on Christmas Eve, she starts thinking about it, smiling at first before she suddenly gets super serious with a touch of sadness. I'm asking her if she's okay, what the problem is, and she's like shaking her head, acting like she doesn't want to tell me anything. I take the time and explaining that no matter what she asks for, I'll try my very, very best to bring it to her, no matter how big or small it is, that Santa always tries his best to bring good little girls and boys what they ask for on Christmas. She takes a moment, then the exchange goes a little something like this. You mean it, Santa? You can get me anything I want for Christmas? Anything. Anything you want. Just tell me and I'll do my best. Okay, well. And at this point, she lowers her voice to a whisper and leans into my ear. I want my boyfriend to stop hitting me. Can you make that happen? I was sort of dumbstruck for a second. Like all of the things I thought she was going to ask, that would most definitely not have topped the list. I remember just nodding at first, trying to find the words, then being like, I'll make that happen for you, sure, no problem. She was so happy to hear that I'd fix it for her, and gave me the biggest hug I think I'd ever received while working as a mall Santa. I had to put on a huge smile, and of all the times I've had to fake being jolly and merry, that time with her was the hardest. But I just felt numb, like completely broken by what I'd heard, and I just tried my best to get through the rest of the session without bursting into tears. I remember all these thoughts rushing through my head, terrifying ideas of institutional abuse. She said boyfriend, and that made it extra creepy. Like, sure, it could have been just another guy in her care group or something, another adult with learning difficulties who she'd hooked up with somehow, but there was nothing to say that it wasn't a member of her care team that was, like, abusing her, in a completely different sense, too. Not just physically, but, well, you catch my drift. So when the session was over, I approached the member of the care team that had organized the trip and had accompanied them to the mall. I didn't let anything slip. I just told them how great I thought the session had gone and asked a few details about the group that had organized them. As it turned out, they were all from the same care home type thing, so I made a note of the name of the place as well as the name of the girl that was apparently being abused. That night, I couldn't sleep. I just kept picturing some evil monster abusing that poor girl, taking advantage of their position to put some poor special needs woman through torture, then telling her that she'd be killed if she ever breathed a word of it to anyone. And here's where stuff starts getting even more intense. Now, I could have just called 911 with the info I had at hand, registered a general complaint, and then heard nothing back about it. But a buddy of mine had a cousin with the local police department, and not just some gumshoe beat cop either. They were a detective. It took some convincing, but I convinced my buddy to pass along their cell phone numbers so I could get in touch with the dude personally. It took a little while, but I managed to get through to the guy. He sounded pretty skeptical at first and seemed kind of irritated that his cousin had even given me his number, but once I explained what the issue was, his tone changed completely. Now, I didn't find this out until way later from my friend, but his cousin had a special needs daughter who was probably going to have to either live with them for the rest of their life or was going to head into a group home at some point so she could have some measure of independence. So when I explained the situation with the special needs girl I met as a mall Santa, it obviously hit the guy right in the feels as the topic was so close to home. The detective tells me that he'll look into it, thanks me for letting him know. I get him to promise to tell me if anything comes of it, and he says yes, and we hang up. And that was the last I heard of it for like a month. Then after maybe 5 or 6 weeks, I'd almost forgotten about the whole thing. Christmas was over, the mall Santa job was way behind me, and I was back to working my regular hours as a self-employed mechanic. Then I get a call from a number that seems vaguely familiar, although I wasn't quite sure why. Turns out it was my buddy's detective cousin, who reminded me of the tip that I'd given him about the care company. Of course I remembered, but by that time I really didn't think anything would come of it, but oh, how wrong I was. The detective thanks me for the information, and although he told me he couldn't say too much, he told me to keep an eye out on local media outlets. The next thing I know, it's all over the local papers that there's been a misconduct scandal involving a local care company. I picked up a copy and read the story, only to find out that it's the very same one I had reported. The long and short of it is that the cops had uncovered endemic levels of abuse in the company, Stuff that varied from financial discrepancies to straight-up physical abuse, and sickeningly enough, there was even cases of care workers taking advantage of mentally disabled females in ways that were seriously inappropriate. There were numerous arrests, with some of the sleazier and violent criminals looking like they were going to get years in prison for how long they so cruelly taken advantage of some of the most vulnerable people in society. It made me sick to my stomach to read about how some people could bring themselves to do something like that. But it was stopped, and I felt incredible that I'd actually managed to be a part of the chain of events that brought the whole thing crashing down. I just hoped that that poor girl, who was obviously pretty traumatized by what was happening to her, and just not being able to understand why it was happening either, found some measure of peace after it. And in a way, Santa did kind of bring her exactly what she wanted, even if it wasn't on Christmas Day, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a thought that never fails to make me tear up. During college Christmas break of 2016, I had traveled all the way back to Pennsylvania from California to spend the holidays with my parents. It was kind of weird going from being a mostly independent college kid in a place that hardly ever gets cold to going back to living in my childhood bedroom in a state that becomes a legit winter wonderland around December and January. But I love my mom and dad, and I don't care how much the flight costs. There was no way I was going to spend the holidays alone in Cali. So anyway, my old room is on the second floor of the house, directly above the sliding door that heads out onto the decking in our backyard. It's a really heavy door, so anytime someone opens or closes it, it rumbles right up into my bedroom. This was in a house that was built back in the 50s too, so as you can imagine, the whole place has a lot of creaks and groans to it, but is otherwise pretty sturdy. I should also add at this point that part of the town that my parents live at is pretty safe, with a relatively low crime rate, especially to that of nearby Philly. The most intrusive calls they ever got tended to be from magazine salespeople and the odd Jehovah's Witnesses, and after my dad insisted on debating scripture with them, they stopped calling altogether. Point being, they never had anything remotely close to any kind of break-in or home invasion for the entire time they were living in that property. Next thing is a brief confession from myself here. I picked up a pretty horrible smoking habit during my freshman year of college, so whenever my parents went to bed, I tended to stay up late playing Civ on my laptop, sitting next to my open bedroom window while I smoked and drank tumblers of scotch that I'd pilfered from my dad's liquor cabinet. After midnight, I'd have my window open from anything of 30 minutes to 2 hours. I mean, it would purely depend on how cold it was outside or how tired I was, but I generally let the room air out before spraying some air freshener so that the tobacco smell didn't cling to anything too bad. I also had to use headphones to watch TV and listen to music so it wouldn't wake my mom and dad up. But I tend to only ever use one earphone so I could keep an ear out for anyone coming down the hallway, since they really wouldn't be happy if they found I was smoking in the house. So one night, I was in my usual routine of conquering the known world in an online multiplayer game of Civ when our house alarm suddenly starts blaring. I don't think I'd heard that thing since I was about 6 or 7 years old, and I had completely forgotten about how loud it was. So hearing it had me practically filling my underwear from being frightened out of my skin. Point being, everyone in the house is now wide awake and ready to head off whatever is about to go down. Now, my priorities might sound way off here, but initially my big worry wasn't so much that something bad might be happening, like a home invasion or something like that. It was more like me being terrified that my parents were about to realize I'd been smoking and stealing booze from them. I was 20 years old at the time, technically underage, and my parents were old-fashioned types, real sticklers for the rules. If they found out what I'd been doing, there'd be drama, and lots of it. But somehow, when my dad stuck his head around my door all bleary-eyed to make sure he knew where I was, he didn't seem to smell anything. I don't know whether this was because he was too tired and freaked out about the alarms to notice, or that he noticed and actually just didn't care, but either way, He told me to go into their bedroom and stay with my mom until he could give us the all clear. So my dad goes downstairs, I'm assuming with pistol in hand, and gets to work clearing the house, as well as checking the front and backyards to make sure that there's no one hiding in the darker areas out there. He comes back up, tells me and my mom he couldn't find anything and it was probably just a false alarm, and then we all head back to bed. Or rather, they went back to bed. I just went back to being a diplomatic genius on Civ 6. About an hour goes by and I start getting pretty tired, so I get up to close my bedroom window before heading to bed when the alarm goes off again. Once again, my dad goes downstairs, does a sweep of the grounds floor and the yards, then comes back to tell me not to worry and that he figured it was just the wind or something. I mean, it had been a pretty windy night, which honestly suited me because it meant the breeze aired my room out. Like I said, it was an old house, so it wasn't out of the question that the wind could have rattled the doors or windows and set the alarm off. The point being that both me and my dad were chill about the alarm going off. Neither of us thought there was anything to worry about. So the next morning at breakfast, my dad is going through the alarm system's app on his iPhone, checking out some of the data readouts from the night before. All of a sudden, he's all like, "Okay, that's weird. Apparently the backsliding doors were opened 14 times last night." Number one, I was impressed the alarm system was so sophisticated that it could feed him that kind of info. I guess he shelled out big boy cash for that thing. But number two, how could it have been opened that many times? Then I'm not kidding, like 5 to 10 minutes later, there's a knock at our front door, and it's the neighbor guy from the house down the street. He asked us if we had any intruders over the previous night, and we tell him no, or that at least we didn't think so. It's then that he tells us that he actually caught someone on a security camera trying to break into his house, that the dude had tried to jimmy a lock or something before looking right up into the camera before getting spooked and bailing. We assumed that this is about the time that he moved on to our house, then kept at it when he realized it was the weaker target. That seriously freaked me out. The whole time I'd been sitting there, innocently playing games, sipping stolen scotch, there had been a guy trying to get into our house, maybe only 6 or 7 feet below me. If I'd have bothered to look out the window at any point and directly downward, I'd have locked eyes with the guy. He must have smelled my cigarette smoke, known someone was home, and it just didn't bother him in the least bit. He was more than prepared to face off with someone, although apparently not when he'd seen my dad with his pistol, sweeping the house and yards in the dark. I've always liked a scary story or a good horror film. Ghosts, vampires, werewolves, they're my jam. I've never found like serial killers or whatever to be that scary though. Like I didn't think that the human element to the horror was particularly potent. After that night though, that all changed. It struck me how evil and predatory human beings can really be. How that guy had been creeping around in our backyard for basically hours right under my nose, and I'd had absolutely no clue he was there. It's how he managed to just disappear when the alarm went off too, and how he had the balls to come back once we'd all gone back to bed. I mean, he was like a ghost or something, just vanishing into the darkness. I mean, think about it. My dad had checked out the backyard, tried to make sure that there was no one hanging around, hiding out in the dark spots underneath the trees, and there had been. There had been someone there, just watching my dad walking around in his slippers or whatever he had on, just waiting for him to call off the search before creeping back up towards the house. Just thinking about it now gives me shivers. And now that I'm back in Cali writing this, I always make sure that all the windows and doors in my dorm are locked, and that I double or triple check whenever I think something bad is about to go down or whatever. Because sometimes it seems you'll never know if someone is just lurking in the shadows until it's way, way too late. A few Christmases ago, I was driving my kids back from visiting their grandparents out in the countryside. They moved out to this big old house once my dad sold his business, one of those offers he couldn't refuse type things that meant he could retire like 10 years earlier than expected. The house is amazing, but the only problem is that it's in the middle of nowhere, the kind of place where the nearest village is like 20 minutes drive away. It's also one heck of a drive to and from the place, one that involves traversing some pretty secluded stretches of motorway. So like I said, it's maybe only a week before Christmas. It's the 16th or 17th of December, and my kids are really bloody excited about it. My wee lad is still 5 years old, a true Santa believer, while my daughter had only just turned 9, so they're starting to cotton on that something isn't quite right about the whole thing, but they still sort of want to believe, if that makes any sense. So when they see a hand-painted Christmas light dripping sign that says something like Santa's Grotto 9 miles, they start going ballistic in the back seat, demanding I take them to see Santa. At first, I straight up refuse. It was a long enough drive without pulling into some lay-by to spend the better part of an hour nattering away with some old fella in a red suit. But the pair of them throw an absolute fit, to the point where I decided I would get far more peace if I just capitulated and let them spend a few minutes indulging their childish imaginations. Like I said, my eldest was just on the cusp of figuring out that Santa was just Mom and Dad sneaking out in the middle of the night to take their presents out of the car boot before stashing them under the Christmas tree. And every time I imagined her getting older, getting wiser, figuring things out, becoming a young adult, it had me choking up like nobody's business. So I suppose I just wanted to enjoy their naivete just a wee bit longer. Besides, once she'd figured out the truth, it was only a matter of time before she spilled the beans to my youngest. And that was a day I most definitely wasn't looking forward to. So after a few more signs like Santa's Grotto 3 miles, I finally see the turnoff that I needed to take to get to the grotto. It takes me down this long, dark dirt track that at first I thought might have been the wrong turnoff. But lo and behold, after about 5 minutes or so, I see another one of those janky hand-painted signs for Santa's Grotto. The kids are just about ready to burst at this point, but I make it clear that we're not staying any longer than 10 minutes, and they're to be on their best behavior, leaving when I tell them to leave, lest Santa see what bad little children they are. The threat of coal in their stockings was more than enough to have them promising to be good. Anyway, I expected a quaint little winter wonderland type thing with a few other families milling around, but the place was barely even decorated and looked completely deserted. It was little more than porta-cabin with a few caravans parked around it. Like I'm not messing when I say whoever was in charge of this place had put more effort into decorating the road signs than the actual site itself. I had a bad feeling from the get-go, but I knew better than to reverse myself and tell the kids to get back in the car. They'd have gone absolutely mental getting so close to meeting Santa only to be told that I'd just up and changed my mind. So, against my better judgment, I decided to give the place a chance. We walked up to the porta-cabin, which seems to be the place where the grotto was, and knocked on the door. There was no reply at first, so we knocked again, and as we did so, one of the doors to the caravan swings open, and this heavier-set older fellow with a big gray beard sticks his head out and gives me a death stare. I look over at him, and in my cheeriest voice, I ask, "We're here to see Santa. Is he around?" I give a quick nod towards the kids as if to say the fella who I was guessing was the one playing Santa to get himself together so the kids wouldn't throw a fit. He doesn't say a word at first. He just stares at me almost like looking through me like there was nothing behind his eyes at all. He finally says something like, "I'll go fetch him," then shuts the door, only to re-emerge a few moments later dressed in what was without a doubt the worst-looking Santa suit I've ever seen in my life. Not only was it lacking any kind of white felt, there was no belt or anything. The bloke had pretty much just thrown together a collection of red clothes and then whacked on a cheap Santa hat to round the look off. On top of that, the clothes were absolutely filthy, covered in grease stains with a collection of what appeared to be his cigarette burns in the pants. He walked towards the kids and asked them if they were excited to see him. They gave each other this cartoonish look as if to say, "Who is this guy?" And the bloke has to repeat the question in a characteristically festive voice before they even really twigged to the fact that this was Santa Claus. They just sort of nod at first, watching in confusion as he takes out the key from the red pants and unlocks the porta-cabin before beckoning them inside. The interior was absolutely terrifying. Like I'm a grown woman, and even I got the creeps from stepping inside that thing. It was dark and grimy, and the use of cheap Christmas lights managed to give the place a kind of festive torture chamber type vibe, as opposed to the cozy grotto feeling they were obviously aiming for. The crowning piece of creepiness was the fact that mounted on one wall was what I guessed was an old sheep's skull that had some plastic deer antlers taped or glued to the top of it. It would have been creepy enough in broad daylight, but the fact that it was being partially, then fully illuminated by red and green flashing lights gave it a truly hellish aesthetic. Santa sat down on a grubby old couch that stunk of pee and old ale, then smacked his knees as if to invite the kids to go sit on his lap. Neither of them moved. Their lack of reaction prompted Santa to give them something of a scowl before he very curtly asked them what each of them wanted for Christmas. Both of the kids were so nervous by that point that I had to prompt them to reply. The awkward exchange went on for a few more minutes until I turned to the kids and told them we had to leave. As I'm ushering the kids out of the porta-cabin and back towards the car, I feel a hand grab the crook of my arm and squeeze. I turn to see Santa's face pushed right into mine, his breath reeking of ciggies and hard booze. 50 quid, he hissed. Sorry, Santa. I haven't got anything on me, I said, trying to be as polite as possible, maintaining a passive-aggressive tone. But I promised me and my husband will leave out some extra brandy and mince pies for you on Christmas night, just to make up for it. I don't even know I was keeping up the pretense by that point. I'm pretty sure the whole experience had scarred my wee lad for life and had pretty much destroyed any remaining festive belief in my daughter. Santa growled back at me, calling me an expletive. I just keep pushing my kids back towards the car, turning back briefly to see that Santa is no longer alone. He was never alone. A gang of other people have filed out of the caravans and are following us back towards where I'd parked the car, then starts off the chorus of, "Where do you think you're going, love? You haven't paid. He told you 50 quid, get your purse out, or we'll get it out for you." My kids were on the verge of tears at that point, and if I'm being honest, I wasn't far off either. I gave in, took out my purse, and started sifting through it to see if I had 50 in notes on me. Right as I'm doing that, this kid, this actual bloody child, just snatches the whole thing out of my hand and runs back towards the caravan with it, only to be goaded on by the gang of skanky-looking grown-ups going, "Good lad, that'll teach her. She needs to learn some generosity. It is Christmas, after all." I didn't do a bloody thing. Well, aside from getting in the car and driving off. The damage control from that bit of horribleness was a lot of work. I'm pretty sure it was the singular event that broke my eldest kid's belief, and we had to reassure my youngest over and over that he was just a bad man pretending to be Santa, and that the real Santa would most definitely be putting him on the naughty list for what he'd done. But honestly, I think it's me that belongs on the naughty list for putting my kids in that position in the first place, and for putting myself in the most terrifying Christmas-related event I'd ever gone through. Far, far scarier than my first Christmas with my mother-in-law, if you can believe that. London's Gatwick Airport is one of the busiest centers of travel on the face of the earth. And in the run-up to Christmas of 2018, thousands upon thousands of travelers and holiday makers are making their way through the airport, journeying home to visit their beloved families or simply wishing to escape the frigid British winter for the balmy southern hemisphere. All seems well, and the festive season is bringing some much-needed cheer to the people of Britain. But little do they know that an incident is about to occur which will highlight how scarily vulnerable the nation's air travel network really is, and will leave many unanswered questions demanding answers for many years to come. At around 9 o'clock at night on December 19th, 2018, one of Gatwick's security officers finishes his shift and makes his way towards the nearby bus stop to catch a ride home. The bus stop happens to have a clear view of one of the airport terminals, as well as the perimeter fence surrounding it, and as the security officer was waiting, he happened to notice something hovering in the air above a vehicle near the airport, as well as something else that seems to be traveling through the air above the perimeter fence. He called a colleague on his cell phone to report having spotted a pair of possible unmanned aerial vehicles, or drones, flying around the grounds of Gatwick itself. Now, this might not seem like such a big deal at first, but within mere minutes of the call being made, several of Gatwick's runways were completely shut down, and a huge convoy of around 20 police cruisers were dispatched to patrol and scour the surrounding area. Several officers and airport staff confirmed that they too had seen drones flying around the exterior of the airport, yet despite extensive searches being conducted, no operators were located by any of the patrolling police. Around 3 hours later, near midnight, the pair of intruding drones had not been seen for almost an entire hour, and with pressure from travel companies mounting, the airport's director gave the go-ahead to reopen several of the runways. Then, almost as soon as flights were once again scheduled to take off, the drones reappeared out of nowhere and would appear to be a deliberate attempt to disrupt air traffic out of Gatwick Airport. As the night went on and the date ticked over into December 20th, all flights out of Gatwick remained grounded and runways remained completely locked down. Police continued to search for drone operators in the immediate area surrounding the airport, and at that point the operation included multiple police forces and reportedly members of the intelligence services. But still, no drone operators could be located and apprehended. Spotters reported that there were no recent sightings of the drones, so once again there were attempts to reopen the closed runways and get scheduled flights off the ground after long and inconvenient delays. But yet again, the drones reappeared right as the planes were about to take off, almost as if though someone was intercepting radio traffic. One could be a coincidence. Twice gave police and intelligence officials the idea that this was some kind of concerted effort to sabotage commercial and public flights during one of the busiest times of the year. As the sun rose on the morning of December 20th, there were still multiple sightings of the drones being reported from all over the airport. Members of the press flocked to Gatwick to try and obtain pictures of the objects that were disrupting air traffic at one of the busiest times of the year, but despite their efforts, no clear photographs of the drones could be taken by anyone. That late afternoon, it was fast reaching the point where drastic action had to be taken in order to prevent some pretty serious commercial losses. So the British government called upon the nation's armed forces to end the drone problem once and for all. The 14th Signals Regiment was immediately dispatched to solve the problem. As the Army's only regiment providing an electronic warfare capability, the 14th Signal Regiment's mission is to achieve superiority in the electromagnetic spectrum and deliver intelligence to the Army's infantry forces. It wasn't often that they were called upon to venture into the civilian world, but regardless, the regiment rolled into action. At around 5 o'clock that same day, December 20th, military vehicles belonging to the 14th Signals Regiment arrived at Gatwick, some of which were equipped with so-called drone domes. These are highly advanced specialized pieces of RF jamming equipment designed to locate and disable unmanned aerial vehicles belonging to enemy forces. The equipment was booted up and switched on at around 9 o'clock that night, but they could not locate any of the invasive machines, and after a long period of searching, they were deemed to be gone for good. Flights were resumed as quickly as possible, and with the presence of the military in the area, the drones did not reappear, and the situation appeared to be resolved. To all involved, it seemed absolutely no coincidence that the drones had gone for good now that the British Army was involved. If whoever was piloting them was as observant and well-informed as was previously guessed, they would know well that the ante had been well and truly upped. It would be far too risky to bring down the heat of Britain's armed forces onto them. The bulk of the incident was over, but there were still many unanswered questions. The only sighting of a potential suspect was around 3 miles from Gatwick itself, reported by a couple delivering some Christmas presents to family. They told police that they had seen a man leaning over a gate who appeared to be closely observing two drones about 3 feet in length that were equipped with powerful guidance lights. The couple shone their car headlights on him, but the man didn't seem to react at all. The suspect was never identified or arrested, and we can only really speculate as to if he was the culprit controlling them or simply an interested observer. The idea of it being a terrorist act was also ruled out since there was no obvious attempts at violence or destruction, and the presence of the drones was more of a nuisance, albeit a financially costly one, than any kind of abject threat to human life. The very next day after the drone incident ended, 2 individuals from nearby Crowley, less than 2 miles from Gatwick Airport, were arrested in a dawn raid conducted by local police forces. Sussex police were looking to charge them with disrupting civil aviation to endanger or likely to endanger safety of operations or persons, a criminal offense with a maximum sentence of life imprisonment under the Aviation and Maritime Security Act of 1990. 2 days later, on December 23rd, the pair, who turned out to be a married couple with an interest in drone technology, were ruled out of the investigation and released without charge, having been questioned for almost a day and a half. But the damage to their personal reputations had been done, as their names and photographs had already been published by a handful of national news outlets. They were even named by the local Member of Parliament, Henry Smith, who had to subsequently issue a personal apology to the couple when their innocence became apparent. Naturally, Sussex police were heavily criticized for their handling of the investigation. An employer of one of the suspects provided an adequate alibi, stating he was at work when the incidents took place, making it an impossibility that he was guilty of being the drone operator that authorities were looking for. He has since accused the force of completely ignoring his attempts to contact them regarding the alibi in a blinkered attempt to get a conviction at all cost. The employer told a prominent British newspaper that, although there was a complete lack of evidence, the police ripped his house apart. I know this will mentally destroy him. Sussex police have really dropped the ball on this one. Heads should roll. The police had arrested the couple after learning that they were drone enthusiasts who lived close to the airport, but this was apparently all the evidence they had in hand, and there was nothing to suggest they had the technology or the capabilities of such an invasive foray. In a statement, the couple said they felt completely violated by the Sussex police and the subsequent media intrusion into their lives. Speaking to the BBC on December 29, 2018, Giles York, the chief constable of Sussex police, said he felt sorry for the couple but unbelievably stated that he still believed their arrest was justified. No further arrests were made, and in June of 2020, Sussex police were forced to pay out a cool £200,000 to the couple in an out-of-court settlement to keep them from taking their complaint to the High Court. The question of whether or not the Crowley couple were to blame for the intrusion and disruption seems to have been answered, but there is one particularly frightening point to be made about the entire ordeal, and that is the issue of what is known as geofencing. Geofencing is a system by which a pre-programmed area can be blocked off to consumer drone flight. This is typically a safety issue for places such as airports, but can only apply to secretive, restricted areas such as military research or defense areas. Essentially, if a store-bought drone tries to fly into such an area, a pre-programmed stopgap control mechanism will simply prevent it from doing so. The point being that whoever was manning the drone that day was in possession of technology that could override some of the most powerful programming in the modern world. The police actually released a statement saying that the drones in question were thought to be of industrial quality, which I think we can all agree is something of a euphemism for military quality. Was a powerful foreign state to blame for what happened that December? Was it the Russian FSB who wished to show the British government that they can and would use powerful military drone technology to disrupt one of the busiest commercial airports in the world? There have been even more sinister, outlandish suggestions that the drones in question weren't made up of man-made technology at all, but were something entirely otherworldly. That they were probes from a group of beings that wished to observe and report. After all, it would be relatively easy to trace and block a civilian or even military drone, but The operators of the drones in question always seem to be one step ahead, and no one has been seriously charged since the incident. It's also interesting to note that members of the press were completely unable to secure photographs of the drones, despite trying desperately for hours at a time to do so. So the question remains, exactly who was responsible for the disruption at Gatwick Airport on those chilly December days? Was it simply to pose a nuisance, albeit with highly advanced technology? Was it an individual or group that wished to prove that, if the drones were armed, could have ended the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent people in one fell swoop? Or perhaps, like we mentioned, it was some cold extraterrestrial force that was simply observing, gathering intelligence, perhaps in preparation for its next move. We can only really wonder, but no matter what you believe, it is undeniably frightening that those who claim to be in control, those who claim to be able to keep us safe, are simply incapable of doing so. For three young women from Fort Worth, Texas, December 23rd of 1974 was much like any other day in the run-up to Christmas. Houses had been drenched with festive decor. Mall Santas had occupied their grottos in just about every shopping center in the country, while both national and regional radio stations pumped out Christmas songs, both classic and modern. Overcome with festive spirit, 17-year-old Rachel Terlitza, 14-year-old Renee Wilson, and 9-year-old Julie Ann Mosley took it upon themselves to visit the Seminary South Shopping Center in order to buy presents for their families. Now, down at the Fort Worth Town Center, the mall hosted many popular department stores such as Sears, Burlington, and JCPenney. The trip had started with Rachel driving over to Renee's parents' place in her 72 Oldsmobile 98 and asking her to accompany her on the outing. Both adored 9-year-old Julie Ann, who lived just across the street from Renee, seeing themselves as a blend of maternal and sisterly figures to the young girl. So they took it upon themselves to call over at her home to ask her parents if they minded if she might like to join them. The girls had promised to be back by home by at least 4 p.m. Renee, in particular, was excited to attend a Christmas party that night and was said to have wanted plenty of time to do her hair to pick out a festive-themed outfit. However, 4 p.m. passed by, and the girls' families were yet to hear back from them. Around 6 p.m., Renee's father was growing exceptionally worried and drove over to the shopping mall with the intention of scolding his daughter for being so uncharacteristically late. He drove all over the mall's multi-story parking lot, eventually finding Rachel's Oldsmobile on the uppermost floor. The vehicle appeared to contain numerous bags containing recent purchases made from the mall's stores, but the girls were nowhere to be found. For the next few hours, Renee's father waited by the car, under the assumption that the girls would make their way back to the vehicle in due course. But as time ticked by, assumptions turned to hope, and as the night grew later and later, hope turned to abject terror as the girls didn't reappear at all. The following morning, the girls' terrified parents went straight to the Fort Worth Police Department, informing them that their daughters were missing. But they were shocked and appalled by the initial response, as the police simply believed that the most likely explanation was that the girls had ran away from home. The parents argued this could not possibly be the case, as if they had ran away, why would they leave the car to travel on foot, and why would they leave their recent purchases just sitting there in the vehicle itself? Surely they wouldn't have made the purchases at all and would have needed the cash to buy their way onto some kind of public transportation. It was irrefutable that running away was a possible explanation, but to do so 2 days before Christmas seemed extremely unlikely. At the time, most police forces assumed that missing children were runaways. It seems ridiculous today that this might be the case, but the 1970s were a time when the idea of stranger danger wasn't nearly as prolific as it is now. That might seem naive in retrospect, but those are the facts at hand. Regardless of their initial speculation regarding the girls' disappearance, Fort Worth police moved forward with collecting witness statements and spoke to several people who claimed to have seen all three girls at the shopping mall that day. One of these witnesses gave a horrifying account of seeing a group of them pushing the girls into a yellow pickup truck, but could provide no further details on the make or model of the truck itself. Another person told police officers that they had personally witnessed all 3 girls be put into the back of a security patrol vehicle, which led them to believe that they had been caught shoplifting or at least caught doing something that security personnel found objectionable. It's not unusual for a pair of teenage girls to misbehave in public, but what's disturbing is that this leads us to believe that mall security staff may have been involved in their disappearance somehow. Many years after the girls disappeared, an individual came forward who claimed to have seen the trio being cajoled into a van by a strange, aggressive man. Apparently, this person then attempted to confront the man, asking him just what he thought he was thinking treating a trio of young women like that, but was told to mind his own business as it was a family dispute. The police investigated these leads as much as physically possible, but they yielded nothing in terms of concrete results. There was also a great deal of speculation regarding the idea that at least one of the teenage girls, Renee or Rachel, knew the identity of their kidnapper and went with them willingly, believing them to be someone that they could trust, but that this misplaced trust had led them to meet a sinister fate at the hands of whoever forced them into the van that day. New evidence came to light on the morning after the disappearance, Christmas Eve of 1974, when Rachel's husband of just 6 months came forward with a letter that appeared to be written by Rachel herself. The letter read, "I know I'm going to catch it, but we had to get away. We're going to Houston. See you in about a week. The car is in Sears, upper lot. Love, Rachel." It was written in ink on a single sheet of paper, yet the envelope was written in pencil. The name Rachel was written in the upper left-hand corner of the envelope, but appeared as if though it was misspelled at first before being scribbled out and written correctly. The latter was addressed formally to Thomas A. Terlitza, but this was highly unusual since Rachel never, ever called her husband anything but Tommy. The postmark on the envelope didn't have any city on it either, just a scribbled number that was either 76038 or 76083. The police found this all very suspicious and sent the letter off to be examined by handwriting experts, but when it was compared to Rachel's handwriting, the experts could not come to any concrete, conclusive conclusion as to if it was really hers or not. Renee had a boyfriend at the time of her disappearance, a young man named Terry, and he gave an interview to Dateline in the aftermath of her disappearance. During the interview, he told them, "I don't understand the letter at all. The letter seems to me like it almost points to someone who knew them. People say it's to throw us off track." Throw us off what track? There have never been any track. I don't know if we will ever know what happened. Terry had his doubts, but the girls' families were insistent that they did not run away, and Rachel's family in particular seemed absolutely certain that it wasn't her that wrote the letter, asserting that the handwriting and language was all off. In light of this, the families refused to give up on finding their daughters and canvassed their neighborhoods with missing persons posters, at one point even going door to door to spread awareness of their children's untimely disappearances. As a result of this, a witness came forward who claimed to be a friend of Rachel's, stating that they had seen her the day she went missing in one of the mall's music stores. They had gone over to say hi and engaged in a brief conversation with her, but had also noticed that there was a strange man with them, hanging around the peripheries who seemed to be keeping a close eye on Rachel. Yet, infuriatingly enough, the friend was unable to give a comprehensive description of this person and was only able to state that they gave them a bad feeling. As the year ticked over into 1975, the families of Rachel, Renee, and Julianne were still without any solid answers as to what happened to their girls. They prompted them to get in touch with a local private investigator by the name of John Swaim. Swaim subsequently drew a great deal of media attention when he said to have received a phone call from an anonymous man who wished to collect the reward money that had been offered in exchange for any information on their whereabouts. The PI later received another anonymous tip, one of which was considerably more morbid. This person claimed that the girls were dead and that their bodies were rotting in a shallow grave near Port Lavaca. Swaim followed this lead up, enlisting the help of local police officers to search the areas with corpse-sniffing dogs, but nothing was found.
and the tip was then assumed to be some kind of sick hoax. Yet John Swaim was later to become something of a controversial figure, dying of a drug overdose in 1979. After he died, it became apparent that he wanted all of his case files to be destroyed, as was stated in his will. It appears he was not the clean-cut figure of justice that he made himself out to be, and his involvement in the case became a point of contention for many who've become interested in the missing girls. Over the next 10 years or so, the girls' families received legions of anonymous phone calls regarding their daughters' disappearances, some of which were from people claiming to be one of the missing girls. The calls were assumed to be sick jokes, and they became so frequent that the families had to change their phone numbers to stop the cruel pranksters from being able to contact them. The whole situation was disturbing enough, but hearing that people were deranged enough to taunt the families of the missing girls is enough to turn one's stomach. These calls and the disappearances in general had a horrible effect on Rachel's younger brother, Rusty. Rusty grew into an adult who was obsessed with his sister's disappearance and was consumed by a conspiratorial frenzy, unable to reconcile or let go of the raw anguish that plagued him. He was of the opinion that it was definitely not Rachel who wrote the letter to Tommy that arrived on Christmas Eve, and that it must have been the kidnapper trying to throw them off the scent. In the years that followed, many witnesses claimed to have seen Rachel and Renee together at a series of different places, including a Walmart, a country store, or a gas station. Rusty has dismissed these apparent sightings as hoaxes, but was increasingly in touch with another private investigator named Dan James, who became personally interested in the case during 1975. Dan said the case lit a fire in him, being one that was multi-layered and extremely complex, and became so eager to solve the case that he even offered a $25,000 reward out of his own pocket in exchange for information that led to the arrest of the person or people responsible for the girl's disappearance. Yet once he became publicly involved, Dan James began to receive anonymous death threats from a number of different sources, telling him to drop his interest in the case or face dire consequences. Yet thankfully, this not only didn't deter Dan from getting involved, but spurred him on to get to the bottom of a case that became more and more terrifying as time went on. In the course of his investigation, he found several credible witnesses, one of which claimed to have seen Rachel in Fort Worth during the Christmas of 1998. To him, she is the only one left alive and has possibly become complicit in some wider conspiracy headed up by someone extremely sinister, powerful, and perverse. But who exactly this person or persons might be, Dan James is unsure, and has been hesitant to speculate given the threats to his life. Rachel's mother has since dedicated every single Christmas time to spreading awareness of the missing Fort Worth 3, decorating her lawn with the images of 3 angels that represent the lost souls of each of the missing girls. It has been more than 45 years since the initial disappearance, and many have moved on, but not Rachel's mother, who has been only left to wonder as we are. Perhaps the most terrifying aspect of this case is that it seems evident that there is some wider conspiracy at work, a veritable army of individuals who issue death threats, made hoax calls, and purported to have seen the girls in the years since, not to mention those in apparent positions of power who may have had a hand in kidnapping the girls in the first place. Could there have been a group of powerful individuals who not only orchestrated the girl's disappearance, but also co-opted one of them into aiding the kidnapping of the 2 younger girls? It is this terrifying prospect that we are left to wrestle with, and the idea that there is a great shadowy evil among us, not one of ghosts and goblins and evil spirits, but fellow men and women whose desires are just as dark as the creatures we've invented to take their place in our collective consciousness. The tranquil northwestern city of Chadron, Nebraska has long prided itself on being a safe, homely place to make a life in. Despite being quite a large place, Chadron has an air of small-town charm to it, and the area's natural beauty makes it an ideal place for visiting nature lovers to feel more at one with the natural world. It's the kind of place where cowboy hats are still worn for work, a place where rodeo trophies are one of the first things to greet students and guests of Chadron State College, a public four-year college offering more than 50 majors. To Stephen Hataya, this remote corner of Nebraska represented the chance for a fresh start, a place where the mathematician could begin his new life as a college professor, having just earned his doctorate. Stephen quickly became something of a recognizable figure in Chadron. Wearing his fedora, he often roamed the city's wide, Old West-style streets and was always on foot because he didn't own a car, believing it was much better for the environment that neglected such modern means of transportation in favor of walking. Besides, his apartment was only about a mile away from the state college, so moseying on down there was no big deal to him at all. But only after having lived in Chadron for around 7 months, the man whose colleagues said was of astounding intelligence appeared to vanish into thin air. He stopped showing up to his scheduled lectures, stopped getting in touch with friends, and those that were used to seeing him striding to and from the state college remarked that they hadn't seen him in a while. He was reported missing to local police, who immediately began an investigation into his whereabouts. They discovered that he had attended a Christmas party on December 2nd, 2006, and those that had seen and talked to him at the party reported that he had seemed in remarkably good spirits. A neighbor had then seen him leaving his apartment at around 10 p.m. on December 4th, after which police were able to trace his movements to a local ATM where he withdrew $100 before walking down to the state college, where he apparently logged onto the computer system at exactly 11:41 p.m. After this, he simply dropped off the face of the earth. He didn't return to his apartment, and there were no more sightings of him around Chadron. It took until March 9th of the following year to find Stephen, when two ranchers walking through the nearby hills came across him. What they saw horrified them. Stephen was dead, his body bound by the wrists and ankles so hard that the thin ropes had cut into his flesh. What's more, he had been set alight. The ranchers found a blackened, charred corpse that had been stripped of its clothing. An official autopsy determined that Stephen had died of smoke and soot inhalation, along with a series of brutally painful thermal injuries. Accelerant was found on his corpse, and a nearly empty bottle of peppermint schnapps was found close to where he lay. There were no signs of a struggle, nor any indication that there had been any additional people there with Hataya when he died. A local newspaper interviewed Mike Bloom, one of the ranchers who had found his body, quoting him as saying, "When you see something like that, somebody in that kind of condition, you just hope that they catch whoever did it." Local police were quickly subjected to some pretty heavy criticism from the local townsfolk, who asked why they hadn't done more to find the gregarious math professor that many had come to know and love. After a month of silence from the authorities, police admitted that they should have acted faster, acknowledging that their investigation had noted that Stephen hadn't talked about leaving Chadron and seemed perfectly happy with his life there. "We could have searched those remote areas for days and days and days, but where do you start?" said acting Chadron Police Chief Margaret Kuiper. Without any concrete answers regarding his death, intense speculation over the nature of Stephen's death drove the citizens of Chadron into a near frenzy. Kit Reeves, who worked across the street from Stephen's apartment and was one of those who regularly saw him walking to and from the state college, admitted that things had gotten a little crazy, going on to say that some people are really freaked out over this. Like, was he just randomly picked up, or was there a reason he was killed in such a way? In the aftermath of the frightening revelations surrounding Stephen's death, former city councilman Morgan Mueller, along with several other prominent figures, said that they worried that Hataya was the victim of some kind of hate crime. One of Stephen's students, Kellen Cars, said that they and a handful of their classmates had been theorizing that Stephen had been deliberately targeted due to his apparently effeminate mannerisms. There had been several rumors floating around town which centered around Stephen's orientation, but a man named Tim Sorensen, Stephen's best friend in Chadron, strongly asserted that he was not gay. He knew Stephen very well by the time he disappeared and insisted that if anyone knew of any alternative lifestyle that Stephen was living, it would be him. Local police refused to comment or speculate on the idea that Stephen's death had been a homophobic hate crime, but in spite of the fact that Stephen was found bound and buried, others have suggested that, unbelievably, the cause of death might actually be him taking his own life. Stephen was once hospitalized for severe depression, a mental illness so severe that he apparently lost the ability to look after himself. It is believed that part of the reason he made the move to rural Nebraska was to escape his demons, but that throughout the process of carving out a life for himself there, said demons caught up with him, and he was overwhelmed by these ideations. It is then that he decided to walk up into the hills surrounding the city to take his own life, but it is a matter of record that it most definitely would not have been easy for the 46-year-old to make the solo journey up into the wild rolling hills where his body was found. Stephen was ice skating in March of 2005 when a nasty fall caused him to suffer a broken hip. The experience made him extremely cautious, and despite him apparently walking everywhere, Tim Sorensen testified that he tended to avoid walking on bumpy sidewalks and would navigate around objects more than a couple of feet tall, instead of trying to step over them. So the idea of him deciding to take the risk of walking the rough terrain of the hills is extremely dubious. "This is the most mysterious thing that's ever happened here," said Con Marshall, a lifelong area resident who has worked at Chadron State College for 38 years. Other professors who worked alongside Stephen said that he didn't seem in the least bit depressed or anxious in the run-up to his disappearance, stating that their colleague was excited for the future and was enjoying his new life in Chadron. Phil Carey, Stephen's assistant professor, said that he wasn't one to isolate himself or obsess over his work, and that Stephen was in such good spirits around the time that he vanished that there was no way he would have guessed that he had a history of depression or mental illness. "I know a person can hide depression, but I didn't see any of it," Carey was quoted as saying by a local news publication. Carey said Stephen had a dry sense of humor, but was otherwise very sociable and enjoyed lighthearted conversation on a plethora of different subjects. He also cared a great deal about his students and was constantly trying to find more effective ways of teaching and explaining mathematical concepts to them. Stephen apparently enjoyed his new job a great deal and immersed himself in all its facets, often working late into the night, as is evidenced by him logging onto the college computer network a short while before midnight. As local police forces floundered in their attempts to get a break in the case, they handed over responsibility to the Nebraska State Patrol, who could devote considerable more time and resources into the investigation. Loren Zimmerman, a retired Los Angeles police detective turned criminal justice professor, was one of Stephen's colleagues over at Chadron State College, and they took a great deal of interest in the case, having gone as far as beginning his own semi-professional investigation into the case. Zimmerman was quoted as saying that he was confident that state agents could solve the case, but it's going to take a little bit of work. Perhaps one of the darker theories surrounding Stephen's death is that he had indeed been hiding his alternative lifestyle, and it was the pursuit of this gratification that had gotten him killed. Some post the idea that bigoted members of the Chadron community had long suspected Stephen of being gay and had set up a kind of sting operation to discover whether or not he actually was. As the theory goes, Stephen was lured into the hills surrounding Chadron by someone posing as a romantic interest. When they heard and confirmed that Stephen wished to engage in these intimate acts, he was ambushed by people who were lying in wait, where he was then bound, tortured, and then set on fire. For some, the insistence by those in authority that his death was in fact him taking his life is evidence that there is some greater conspiracy at work. How can a man who was tied to a tree then set on fire have possibly have done such a thing? Who in their right mind would opt for that method of taking their own life over other more conventional methods such as hanging, exsanguination, death by fall, or even overdose? And who in their right minds would find someone tied to a tree and set alight, then conclude that it was evident that the person had done this to themselves? The fact that a police officer had said that they believed it to be this is very, very suspicious indeed. We can all agree that the circumstances surrounding Stephen's untimely death are extremely fishy. that it doesn't at all make sense that a man in his position would want to take his own life, and even if he did, his chosen method would most certainly not be by tying themselves to a tree and setting themselves alight. But regardless of our own speculation, this is yet another horrifying, tragic case where there are far more questions than answers. Stephen's death is a puzzle, one that starts with a jolly Christmas party and ends with a body being found bound and burned in the hills around a quiet, close-knit Nebraska community. We can only hope that one day, and one day soon, the people that subjected him to such a horrific death are brought to justice, and that the sleepy little city of Shadron can once again find peace. In Edinburgh neighborhood of Clermiston in Scotland, on Christmas Day of 2013, elderly apartment block resident Alan Williamson heard a loud banging on the front door of his apartment. He was reluctant to answer the door, and we can understand why, as he'd had a considerable amount of trouble with a neighbor of his over the previous 6 months or so. But given what day it was and how lonely it can be for some elderly people on the most festive day of the year, Alan decided to roll the dice and open up the front door to whoever it was, possibly in the hopes that it was someone coming to wish him a Merry Christmas. But the only thing that greeted Alan when he opened up his apartment door that Christmas morning was death. The person waiting on the other side of the threshold set upon the elderly man with a 6-inch kitchen knife, stabbing him 29 times in an attack that ended with Alan lying lifeless in a pool of blood in his own apartment. Other residents of the apartment block heard a commotion coming from the apartment and were quick to get in touch with the police to inform them that something terrible was going on. Officers arrived to find Alan Williamson dead in his apartment, with a trail of blood leading from Alan's home all the way to another apartment in the same complex. They followed the blood and knocked on the other apartment where the blood trail ended, only to find that the door was unlocked. They entered and found 37-year-old Melissa Young in a state of frenzy, covered in blood. The officers asked Melissa if she had just stabbed the man in the apartment across from her, to which they were amazed to find her reply in the affirmative, stating that the power it gave me was amazing. She was promptly arrested, then taken over to a nearby police station for questioning. During her interview, not only did Melissa admit to killing Alan, but she essentially blamed him for provoking the attack, saying that she was enraged that he had professed to not liking a Christmas present that she had bought for him. She went on to explaining that she had managed to get hold of a pair of sneakers that she believed Alan would like, but that he found the colors on the sneakers to be objectionable. Melissa had tried to explain that the colors were unisex, but that Alan had insisted that he didn't like them, and that Melissa herself should keep the sneakers. The rejection simmered in her for days, until apparently boiling over on December 25th, when she called on his apartment and murdered him. A subsequent toxicology report revealed that in the immediate aftermath of her arrest, Melissa had trace elements of 4 different illegal drugs in her system, as well as having a blood alcohol count that would have made it illegal for her to drive. During her trial, a doctor told the courtroom that Melissa was an alcoholic that was liable to dangerous, violent outbursts. The doctor also explained that Melissa inhaled solvents daily, was on 14 different prescription drugs, and had even smoked heroin on the morning that she murdered Alan Williamson. It also emerged during the trial that Melissa had been violently harassing Alan for quite some time, and that earlier in 2013 had actually abducted and assaulted him in a horrific incident that stemmed from a false belief that he had stolen her house keys. Alan was held at knife point for a number of hours, with the situation only ending when Melissa turned her back for a moment, giving Alan a chance to escape by jumping from the first-floor balcony of her apartment and into the garden below. At the end of her trial in 2014, Melissa was sentenced to serve at least 20 years before being eligible for parole, with a judge having previously rejected her plea for a reduced sentence. The court heard that Melissa had a fixation with the Catholic Church, writing letters to the Pope and Cardinal Keith O'Brien, and attending a central Edinburgh church. She also had a tattoo of the Virgin Mary on one arm and one of the devil on the other, claimed at the trial that the Archangel Saint Michael had taken over her body and used her as an instrument of God to punish the unclean demon. While passing this sentence, the judge told Melissa, "Having murdered him, you set about trying to persuade health professionals that you were suffering from diminished responsibility. While it's true that you have a severe personality disorder, it's clear it played no part in what happened that night. You show no remorse. In fact, you told the court that you were indifferent to his death." In June of 2014, while being held before her trial at the women's prison court in Vale, Melissa was convicted of assault after she attacked and bit a female prison officer in the stomach so hard it drew blood. The court heard that Melissa leapt forward towards the female prison officer, dragging her to the floor by the hair before lying on top of her, before striking and biting her. As a result, Melissa was sentenced to a further 6 months imprisonment for the vicious assault, despite her defense attorney attempting to gain sympathy on account of Melissa's poor mental health, telling the court there is a substantial medical health background as she has a severe personality disorder. In the aftermath of Melissa's conviction, a prominent Scottish newspaper managed to secure an interview with her old boss, who used to employ her at an adult sauna. The man spoke of her troubled childhood and descent into violence, crime, addiction, and religious mania, explaining that he had to fire her after it was discovered that she had stolen from her clients while working at the sauna. The pair remained friends after she was fired, but the former boss stated that he felt extremely unlucky that he didn't end up suffering a similar fate to Alan Williamson after he was forced to let her go. The former boss told a story of how he was once at Melissa's home, and how he witnessed her playing with a carving knife before telling him, "I could kill them all." At the time I thought it was scary, but I was used to her saying strange things and trying to get attention, Melissa's former employer said during the interview. "I don't know if she was talking about killing men or everyone. I feel fortunate to have escaped when I look back. In many ways, Melissa was a broken person who was never accepted by society. But I wasn't surprised when she carried out this murder. I could picture her stabbing this man 29 times with a knife in a frenzy, for sure." Melissa, who is 6'3" and who used the name Chloe at work, was popular with clients at the adult sauna. Young joined a roster of around a dozen women at the sauna in West Annandale Street, but her former boss said his newest recruit quickly became a volatile source of tension. She had run-ins with all the girls, he explained. They were frightened of her. She would start fights because she had an inferiority complex. She once told me that she had been pretty severely bullied when she was a teenager. Gangs of kids used to beat her up in the street around the age of 14 or 15. She didn't have much of a life after that. She suffered from paranoia and thought everyone was always talking about her. Her smoking cannabis on a daily basis didn't help that. She never had any relationships with men either. It was all one-night stands, of which there were many, and punters. She was too unbalanced to get close to. A heavy drinker since her teens, Melissa was unable to mask her addiction to alcohol and drugs while at the sauna. Her former employer said he once found a bottle of vodka that Melissa had stashed in the toilet cistern. Melissa shouted that, "That's mine." I said I was going to flush it, and she screamed, "If you do that, I'll kill you." It had to be tough to run a sauna, so I stood my ground and she backed down, but you never knew with Melissa. She was like a tiger and could lash out at any moment. Coworkers also saw Melissa's anger boil over when her former employer took his girls to see the Lady Boys of Bangkok at the Edinburgh Festival. It was going to be a great night out, but soon, all devil broke loose when Melissa ended up in a fight with a massive butch lesbian. The other sauna girls also claimed that Young would steal their possessions and strongly suspected that she would sell them to pay for drugs. After 9 turbulent months at the sauna, Young had an explosive row with her boss. "I'd spent £13,000 on a facelift and Melissa was very jealous," he said. "She had almost no breasts and wanted me to lend her $3,000 for a chest job. I refused and said that she should save her money instead of drinking it. Then I found out that she had started turning tricks at her flat. I was angry because she was trying to steal our customers. After everything that had happened, I sacked her. Melissa was evicted from her apartment after a client knocked on the wrong door and her neighbors called the police. Her former employees said he witnessed her descent into greater depravity over the years. He claims she boasted of taking groups of drunken men, as many as 13 at a time, to the back of a nightclub to have their way with her. She was also a serial shoplifter who had clothes worth thousands of pounds piled in her flat when she was arrested. The interview with her former employer painted a picture of a highly disturbed person who exacerbated their poor mental health with a habitual use of hard drugs and alcohol. Someone that was so disconnected with any sense of human decency that they'd murder a person over a Christmas present. Maybe this Christmas, we should all be a little bit more grateful for the gifts we receive. You never know who might take the rejection to heart and plot a terrible, bloody revenge. For Dayton, Ohio, Christmas time of 1992 would become synonymous with a group whose name would haunt the city for many years to come, the Downtown Posse. What began as an itch for easy cash somehow morphed into some of the most bloodthirsty killing sprees in Ohio's history. And the one who did it got little more than a couple of dollars, some jewelry, and a pair of gym shoes. Since they met during a night of drinking just 2 weeks prior, 20-year-old Marvelous Keene and his 16-year-old girlfriend Laura Taylor had been inseparable. Their whirlwind romance had been intense, but it has also been expensive. Laura had recently been kicked out of her parents' house after an intense argument stemming from her poor behavior. She had no job and had quickly become financially dependent on Marvelous, who had burned through what little cash she had, keeping her entertained. In the 2 weeks before Christmas, they had spent the last of their cash on a single night stay in a downtown Dayton hotel, and they were desperate for more. But that night, Laura had an idea of how they would make some fast cash. She knew of a man named Joseph Wilkerson, who had a rather lucrative job at a General Motors, a man who spent a sizable amount of his disposable income on deviancy, and the plan was simple. Laura would call Joseph and invite him to an adult party that involved debauchery and revelry in exchange for a sizable amount of cash. Once they knew he had the cash on hand, they would get into his home with the help of a fellow member of the Downtown Posse, Heather Matthews, and rob him. But the raid turned into something far more horrific than a simple smash and grab. On Christmas Eve, once Marvelous, Heather, and Laura had forced their way into Joseph's home at 3321 Prescott Avenue, they tied him to his bed with an electrical cord, torturing him until he gave up the cash. But once the money was secured, Marvelous used a .32 caliber Derringer to execute their victims so that he couldn't report them to the police. After the murder had been committed, the trio made themselves at home, raiding Joseph's fridge and playing loud music, before stealing his car, which facilitated their killing spree. From that point, it was like a group of sharks smelling blood in the water, and the Downtown Posse began a frenzy of violence. The next victim was Danita Goulet, who was shot multiple times while using a payphone at 517 Neal Avenue. There was no plan this time. It seemed they just shot a total random person in the middle of the street before jumping out of the stolen car and taking her shoes, jacket, and backpack. After they were apprehended by police, the surviving members of the Downtown Posse would admit that the sole motivation for Danita's cold-blooded murder was to steal her brand-new Fila sneakers. The third victim that night was a man named Jeffrey Wright, who was shot 4 times while standing outside of 157 Yuma Place. Thankfully, he was lucky enough to survive the attack, but as it turned out, Jeffrey had a personal connection to the group. He was the ex-boyfriend of Heather Matthews, who was by that time in a relationship with fellow Downtown Posse member DeMarcus Smith, and it was he who pulled the trigger 4 times, hitting Jeffrey in both legs. Fortunately, he was able to escape to a neighbor's house and get himself medical assistance. The Downtown Posse then rested for the night, but planned on resuming their killing spree the very next day. As the sun set on Christmas Day 1992, the group had decided on their next victim, a man named Richard Maddox, and he too had a connection to the posse. He was Laura Taylor's ex-boyfriend, who was lured from his parents' house with a promise of reconciliation. He picked her up in his car, and the pair drove around discussing their past relationship, but unbeknownst to Richard, the rest of the downtown posse followed close behind. Richard soon cottoned on to the fact that he was being tailed and grew nervous, attempting to make a quick getaway. That's when Laura Taylor put the Derringer pistol to his head and pulled the trigger, killing him instantly. Then as the car was about to crash, Laura threw herself out of the moving vehicle and was picked up by her fellow gang members. The following day, Sarah Abraham was working at the family-owned Shortstop Mini-Mart on West 5th Street when the downtown posse entered the store. Once again, Laura Taylor seemed to be leading the group in selecting their victims, scouting ahead and entering the store first to ensure that they would not be overwhelmed or outnumbered. She was followed by DeMarcus and Marvelous, who shot Sarah in the face before wounding a customer who was picking up groceries. Sarah would survive for 5 days in the hospital before eventually succumbing to complications stemming from her grievous wounds. Immediately following the Shortstop shooting, the posse made their way to Salem Avenue, where they found a woman airing up her tires at a gas station. As soon as the woman saw them approaching with guns drawn, she fled. But it wasn't this that saved her life. It later came to light that Laura Taylor had demanded that Marvelous Keene shoot her as she ran, but he hesitated, and the woman was able to make her escape. It's a highly disturbing detail that the youngest and seemingly most innocent of the four was evidently the most bloodthirsty. The posse then stole the woman's black Dodge Shadow, the same car that was pulled over in a traffic stop that led to their arrest. In the aftermath of them being apprehended, the group told the police where to find 2 more bodies, those of Wendy Cottrell and Marvin Washington. Their bodies were at the city-owned gravel dump located on 1654 Richley Drive. These 2 were members of the posse that Laura Taylor ordered the execution of because she believed they knew too much and would break under police pressure. They told the 2 soon-to-be victims that they all just wanted to party to get them in the car. A short while later, Marvelous pulled the car over into the gravel pit and ordered Wendy and Marvin to get out. Then he and DeMarcus shot them both in cold blood. It's terrifyingly apparent that the downtown posse quickly went from killing for financial gain to simply killing for the thrill of it. And all of that during the most festive time of year, when the families of the victims would have been extra devastated to learn of their loved one's demise, given that Christmas is such a family-oriented holiday. Perhaps the only solace we can take in a case like this is to learn that Marvelous Keene was executed for his part in the murders, and that the families of the victims managed to get some measure of revenge.
This story happened a long time ago when I was about 7. I don't think I have ever told it to anyone, and it was a very short incident, but it's been in the back of my mind ever since. Typically, my cousins would babysit me and my sister during summer and winter breaks. They were about 10 years older than us, maybe 15 to 17 at the time. One day, about a week before Christmas, they took us to the mall to do some shopping. This was one of the largest malls in my area, and it was usually always very crowded, even more so during Christmas time. The day went fine, and they even bought me a small ball which I started playing around with by bouncing it on the floor and catching it as I walked. Because of this, I was walking behind them, distracted in my own world. After we had finished shopping, we exited through the main doors, which were the most crowded, and just as we were crossing the street to go into the parking lot, some guy, my guess would be about 40+ years old, grabbed me by the hand and started pulling me to a van right across the street. I remember the van very clearly. It was one of those conversion vans popular in the 90s with drapes on the window, red with thin gray stripes running through the sides, and van doors. One of the back seat doors was open and you could see a woman sitting on the driver's seat. She was about the same age as the guy, and you can tell that the engine was running. At the time, I didn't really know what was going on, I just thought it was weird in a sort of funny kind of way. Why is this guy grabbing me? As I remembered, I thought he just got confused and grabbed me by accident, thinking I was his son or something. So I shouted my cousin's name and she quickly looked my way. She was just a few steps ahead, and as soon as she sees me, she runs to me, quickly grabs my arm with both hands, and starts shouting as loud as she can. It wasn't until I saw her freak out face that I realized that something bad was happening. As soon as she grabbed me, the guy just lets go, gets in the van, and they drive away. They didn't really tell the cop or call mall security. They were teens, so my guess is that they didn't really know what to do. They were just happy nothing happened. As I said, this was a very crowded day. As I got older and reflected more on what happened that day, I would understand more and more the severity of the situation. I wondered what would have happened if my cousin hadn't heard me calling her name within all that noise and multitude that was crossing the street with us. I wasn't even shouting out at the top of my lungs. I just called out her name rather calmly. So I was very lucky that day. But later that year, a kid was kidnapped in a local park. It was a very famous case that made headlines all around the county. They never found the kid, and I've always wondered if it could have been the same guy. This happened to my family when I was about 12. We live in a small, close-knit southwestern town. My house is pretty small, one story and about 100 years old. Family of 4, my parents, me, and my younger brother by about 5 years. We used to leave our front door unlocked, mostly because we didn't ever think something like this could happen in our town. It was Christmas night, so we all went to bed pretty early since we're more of a Christmas Eve type of family. Me and my younger brother had each gotten $200 cash from my grandpa to help pay for summer camps as a Christmas gift, and it was sitting in my mom's desk drawer inside her very tiny office. At some point during the night, that money was stolen, along with my mother's car, which was promptly crashed down the street. I was asleep on the living room couch, which is right next to our front door. Important note, our front door is loud. It's made of really old wood and is super heavy, and so it creaks almost every time you open it. Our 2 back doors were locked, so they must have come in through the front. Basically, whoever it was must have walked within a foot of me to get inside the house. That's creepy and off-putting, but what really gets me is my mom's car. My mom keeps her keys in her jacket pocket, which hangs inside my parents' bedroom on the wall across from their door. Again, you have to walk within a foot of my parents' bed to even get there. But even if my parents had slept through a nearby intruder, how did they know where my mom kept her keys and where she hung her jacket every night? It's not an obvious spot to put your keys, and they apparently knew exactly where to go. Even grabbing the cash from the desk drawer makes sense. A lot of people keep important stuff there. The car thing just doesn't make sense to me. They crashed it right down the street, like literally into the telephone pole at the end of our street. So we figured they were probably drunk, which raises even more questions. How were they able to open our super loud door and walk right by me without me even noticing? And how were they able to steal the cash and my mom's keys from right under our noses? Both me and my mom assume that it's probably someone we knew or know, but we have no idea who it would be. And we probably never will. My grandfather suffered from Alzheimer's disease and passed away 2 days before Thanksgiving. My grandmother is now living alone, so my mom has spent a lot of time over there keeping her company and helping her out around the house. She went to her house on Christmas to go with my grandmother to church before the rest of the family got there, and while my grandmother was getting ready, my mom was in the kitchen on her phone checking Facebook. Out of nowhere, this old Christmas music box in one of the bedrooms started playing by itself. It was the very last part of the melody to Silent Night, Sleep in Heavenly Peace. It played that one line at normal speed and just stopped before it could loop. I'm a skeptic, and no music boxes can do this for various reasons, but hearing that it only played that one line makes me want to believe that it was my grandfather letting his family know that he was at peace and no longer suffering. Just wanted to share this story because even if it's just the mechanism becoming unjammed, it gave my mom a feeling of peace and relief when it happened. Either way, the story both touched and freaked me out at the same time. Hearing that would have given me goosebumps. I'm currently 18 and my dad passed away in an accident when I was very little in 2005. A couple of years ago on Christmas, my brother, mother, and me were watching a corny Christmas movie on Netflix for the fun of it. It was the 1998 version of Jack Frost, where a father dies in an accident but comes back to life as a snowman to be with his kid. In the other side of the room we were in, my mom had an iPod that was hooked up to a speaker. Near the end of the film, there was a scene where the dad acknowledges that he has to pass on and tells his family he loves them as he starts to melt. During this exact scene, the iPod somehow turned on by itself and started playing loud music, which startled us a little. We were kind of silent for a while after that, and we've never since talked about it. I think I can only remember it happening one time other than that, which was in the middle of the night while everyone was sleeping. Maybe it's a coincidence, but it's pretty odd that it happened at that exact moment on Christmas. We've moved multiple times since his death, too, and that happened in a relatively new apartment. If it was him, it was a pretty sweet thing for him to do. Before I go into depth about this story, it's important to know that I've been dealing with depression ever since I was 12 years old, and as time passed, it's got progressively worse. It's also important to know that at the time that this happened, I was in a toxic relationship and it heavily affected my mood. Onto the story. This happened in December of 2015. I was 16 years old at the time, and my depression was once again taking a dip for the worst. Despite this, and despite the toxicity of my relationship at the time, I did my best to talk with my family about the holidays. I don't have the best relationship with them since I'm usually a quiet person around them, but on that month, both my parents told me something curious. The first account came from my dad. He told me that a few months before December, he had been driving home at around 8 p.m., so everything was dark, and the streets were barely lit with lampposts. The neighborhood I live in is a quiet one, but we have very few lampposts in our street, so walking outside at night can feel really creepy. There are neighbors who own dogs, large ones, but they're almost always quiet too. So my dad was driving down the street, and as he turned onto our street, he said he saw something in the middle of the road. He had trouble making out what it was, but he described it as a large black dog. He said it was really furry and that its ears were upright, but when I asked if it was just a stray dog, he looked at me wide-eyed and shook his head. He said this dog was abnormally huge, bigger than any other dog he had ever seen. Its eyes were piercing through him as he continued to drive, but as my dad came closer to the dog, it stepped out of view. My dad had never spoken about it until about a week ago, and even then he hadn't actually told me about it before. The only person he had told was my mother. My mom is very afraid of black dogs because of an incident from her childhood, so when I asked her about my dad's experience a few days after, she told me she froze slightly and admitted that she had seen it too. Her experience was very similar to that of my dad's. They were both coming home late at night. She had just come back from working out at the gym when she said she saw a huge black dog on the sidewalk. She, however, asked me if I knew if any of the neighbors had any black dogs, as I tend to walk around more and greet the neighbors' dogs if they're friendly. I told her that there was one, but it was just a black lab. It was a medium size and chubby, far from the description that my parents had given me. When I told her, she looked at me frightened and asked that I look into it. She's a very superstitious woman, while I tend to rationalize situations more. Maybe that's why this scares me so much. About a week after, she came up to me again, terrified. She asked me if I had ever looked into the black dog. I told her I had, and that I only remember the American version of the black dog, that if you see it once, it means joy, and if you see it twice, it means sorrow. I never told her about the third part though, as I knew she would go ballistic if she knew. From what I read, if you see the dog a third time, it means death. Anyways, when I asked her why, she told me this. The day prior to her asking me, she went to a Christmas party with a few friends, and one friend had offered to help her bring back some food home, as the rest couldn't. It was soup. After her friend had helped her, she was going back to her car when she suddenly called my mom. My mom answered, and her friend was already driving away from our house, but in the middle of the conversation, she abruptly asked if we had let our dog outside. We do have a dog. She's a tiny white Maltese, and we love her to death, but we don't let her outside as she was never fully trained. My dog asked, "What dog?" To which her friend said, "There was a black dog on your doorstep. It was sniffing the door and looked like it wanted to go inside, but it was a really big dog. Was it yours?" My mom didn't want to scare her friend, so she told her that it was probably just a stray. But my mom had the feeling that it was the same black dog that she and my dad had seen. I didn't know what that meant, with the dog being on our doorstep and all, but I later put the pieces together, and here's why this scares me. On the 22nd of December, I had attempted suicide. I won't go into too much detail as to what pushed me to attempt suicide, but it did come from both depression and the state of my relationship as a whole. I was very, very close to dying and had never told anyone in my family. I don't think I ever will. When I asked her when she saw the black dog, she told me she saw it on the 21st of December. The second she told me, I felt a huge pit form in my stomach. I did my best to hide my horrified expression. I kept saying to myself that this has to be a coincidence. There is no way that that black dog had anything to do with me nearly dying. But looking back on it now, it is a really strange coincidence. It's a full year later. I'm 17 years old and doing much better than I was last year. I only remember this story because yesterday was the 22nd of December. I still don't know what to think. This is something that happened about 6 months ago. For some background, I grew up in a religious household, which means my family believes in the supernatural. Spirits, angels, God, the devil, we believe it. My parents have told me stories, and I have my own stories with dealing with the supernatural growing up. I could see things when I was young, and as I grew up every now and then, I would see something in the house. I also have stories of sleep paralysis, astral projection, and lucid dreaming if you're interested in hearing about those another time. Now, on Christmas of 2015, my then fiancé bought me a huge panda bear that was almost as tall as me. I loved it and slept with it in my bed. After we got married and I moved into his apartment, there wasn't much room for the panda, so we placed it into the storage closet. Now, what happened this day is something that has not happened to me in over a decade. After moving in, I kept feeling weird sleeping in the bedroom, especially when by myself. I always got that strong sensation something or someone was watching me. I just brushed it off because I figured that the feeling was being in a new place. When this night my husband woke up out of the blue and saw me shaking as if though I was having a seizure. He was going to call 911 when I woke up, sat right up, and gasped. I see a white hooded figure standing over him on the right side of the bed, peeking at us. My heart is bursting out of my chest. It's been a long time since I've seen an entity. He asked what was wrong. I said there's something looking at us. He turns to look in front of our bed where the TV stand is, and he says it's sitting on the table. Immediately he grabbed me and began to pray in Jesus' name and rebuke whatever spirit it was. It did go away, but neither one of us could sleep the rest of the night. We stayed up discussing what he saw and what I saw. While what I saw was a white hooded figure, his was a black hooded figure crouching on the table. The next morning he says, "Do you think the panda had something to do with it? Because I get an eerie feeling when I walk past it." I tell him I feel the same way whenever I look at it too. Even our dog barks at it and tries to attack it. We contemplated the whole day on whether or not we should throw it out. So the following day he goes to work and I'm alone with the dogs. I decide to cleanse the house using the anointing oil my parents gave me and pray. Every time I walk past the closet with the panda and say Jesus, my whole body would get cold and I would have shivers and goosebumps all over. I called my husband and told him what happened, and when he came home, he threw it out. It felt a little better in the apartment, but not too long after, things started happening again. So I had my dad come over and pray, and things were much better after that. So for almost 2 weeks, things were calm. Our upstairs neighbor is a strange woman who never leaves her house and hardly sleeps. I can hear her around 1 a.m. moving stuff and walking around every single night. I always get weird vibes from her. But anyway, when my husband first moved in, she gave us some groceries. Fast forward to a few days after my dad comes and prays, she gives us a chew toy and snacks for our dogs. Shortly afterwards, that feeling of being watched returned. And that night, I had just dozed off when I felt the bed shaking. I look at my husband, and he's shaking just like I was in the previous incidents. I look over by our closed bedroom door, and this humanoid creature is crawling on the ceiling trying to hide in the darkness of the corner. It was hard to make out, but I know it was a grayish dark color and had some type of small horns. I didn't know what to do at this point. I'm not as spiritually strong as my parents, so just praying wouldn't be good enough. I turned on a song called Jesus, 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 and put it on low on repeat and was able to fall back asleep. I've long thought it had something to do with whatever my neighbor is into. It's usually the same time she wakes in the early AM is when I get that eerie feeling of being watched. Something I also noticed between these two incidences is that I always lucid dream, meaning I know that I'm dreaming and can manipulate my dreams and even sometimes drag them out longer when I want. I've been doing this since I was around 8 years old. I also always remember them when I wake up. During these two occurrences, I didn't lucid dream and believed what was going on was actually reality. Plus, after waking up, I couldn't remember what happened in them. It felt as whatever that spirit is was implanting those dreams in my head. I threw out the dog toy and had both my parents come back and pray and do a cleansing with the oil. Now, every now and then, if I don't pray throughout the house, that feeling comes back and I see shadows move out of the corner of my eye. So I have to constantly pray and anoint the house every few weeks. Our lease is up in April, and hopefully we can move by then. This happened on Christmas Eve just about a year ago. I was visiting my family on my stepdad's side with my biological mother, and after most of my relatives had left, I found myself with a photo book in my lap. My mother, myself, and my stepdad's father were sitting around looking at photos. There was a picture of this one woman with dark brown hair that struck me as familiar. I remembered her as a child. I vividly remember her leaning down and speaking to me, asking me how I was, and etc. I also remember that she worked at a Gallahan's gas station, as I had seen her numerous times when my stepdads would go in and buy cigarettes. As I had recalled this to my stepdad's dad, he looked at me with an expression of complete confusion and maybe then fear. He told me that I was correct about where she had worked, but it had been nowhere near where we lived. He also told me there was no way I would ever have known her, considering the fact that she died of a brain aneurysm in his bathtub back in 1993. I'm 16 now, meaning I was born 8 years afterwards. There would have been no way of meeting her, but apart from the fact that this woman died in his bathtub in the same house we were sitting in, what still chills me to the bone and makes me wonder is how I had known exactly where she had worked, and why had I seen her as a small child. I go to an all-girls boarding school, and there are 9 junior and 4 senior boarding houses. The junior houses are for girls between 11 to 16, and the senior houses are for girls 16 to 18. At the beginning of September 2016, I moved out of my junior house into my new senior house, which, for the sake of not bringing my school into this, we'll call Robinson. Robinson was different from the other houses in that you only stayed for a year, but that you stayed with another person in a double room, as opposed to the single rooms like other senior boarding houses, and I chose to share with my best friend Georgia. For various reasons, I ended up going back to school 2 days early with only a handful of other girls. I get told to go to my room, and I discover that it's in the basement of the house, tucked into a corner with 2 other rooms. The minute I was in the room, I felt something was off, like really, really off. It was like there was this nasty aura in the room, like I wasn't alone in the room. I'm really into ghost stories and the paranormal, so all those stories started to kick in. That being said, I have pretty bad anxiety, so I told myself it was that and tried to ignore it. I unpacked, and since Georgia isn't there yet, I get to pick which one of the beds, which desk, and which drawers I want. I chose one that's on the far side of the room, with the end facing the open doorway that leads to the space where you can either turn right and go to the toilet, or go left and go to the door to the rest of the house. This room is absolutely huge, so I can space out my stuff, and I'm pretty happy about it. At about 9, I decide that enough's enough and I should go to sleep. I turn the main lights out and get into bed and try to go to sleep and pull the duvet over my head. I then proceed to spend the next 5 hours absolutely terrified. That feeling that something's in the room is amplified 1,000 times, and it's made worse by the fact that I can hear things, shuffling in the dark, soft scratching on the carpet and creaks of people sitting on wood. I'm absolutely sure that I've heard someone breathing near my head at some point during the night. I'm so terrified that I have to psych myself up to even change position, sure that something will jump onto me. I'm exhausted in the morning, and when I finally woke up, I realized that although it's not as strong or as powerful as during the night, the feeling that something is in the room with me is still there. It's awful, like something is hanging onto my back and waiting for me to turn my back so it can jump at me. My roommate comes back about 3 days later, and I notice she hardly seems to notice the atmosphere in the room, which seems so painfully obvious to me, and happily puts away all of her stuff. That feeling that there's something in the room was honestly terrifying. I couldn't study in silence. I had to have music on so that I could attempt to block out this feeling, and I always left my phone on with YouTube videos playing when I had to go to the toilet, just to make me feel like if I came back out into the room, I wouldn't have to see something standing in the room, silently waiting for me. It sounds really stupid, but it was the only way I could reassure myself. The feeling that I was being watched was always most clearer at night. It's probably because I was on my own and didn't have anything else to do but try and go to sleep, but whatever reason, it genuinely scared me. I'd asked in other rooms in the house. There are 4 floors in total, including the basement, and been into other rooms, and it feels like a nice normal room, and nobody in them ever felt like they were ever being watched. The worst place where it happened was the open doorway, the one that my bed faces. In the beginning, it was easy to ignore, the feeling of being watched only happening every now and then, but as time went on, it got worse and worse. At the worst, it felt as though a grown man was standing in the doorway, barring the way, staring at my bed, and it was as though I could physically feel the presence there. It was so strong. One night, when it was particularly bad, I tried to shrug it off and get to sleep. I have a habit of bringing up one leg to my chest for a bit and then bringing it back down. That night, I brought my leg up, felt the presence, brushed it off, and began to lower my leg back down. As I did, to my absolute horror, I felt the edge of the mattress sink downwards as though somebody had suddenly sat on it, and I felt what felt like a hand resting on top of my foot. Straight away, I brought my legs to my chest and curled up like that for the rest of the night. I was really on edge from that, so for the next few weeks I made sure to check the doorway before to reassure myself that there's nothing there. About 3 weeks later, Georgia and I are talking about a play we both like, and since our beds are on the opposite sides of the room, I sometimes couldn't make out what she was saying. Anyways, Georgia makes some point, and I couldn't hear what she said, so I turned over from my position of facing the wall and lift up the duvet to face her bed. I lift my head, and I see a dark shadow above her desk of drawers, floating above the books she has on top of it. We had the curtains open, so a shriek of light from a street lamp was shining through the window into our room, since our windows open out onto the car park, and in it, I could see the shadow was in the shape of a head and shoulders, with the head facing the window, all in pitch dark shadow, so I couldn't make out any features but what seemed to be a prominent Roman nose. I freaked out, yanked the duvet over my head and faced the wall. It felt wrong, like something that shouldn't be there. It really set me off, and since then I got really wary of something actually being in the room, and there are 2 other incidences that occurred and convinced it for me that something was in the room. The first was when I was under my desk, looking for some socks to wear to dinner, and as I dragged myself out of the desk, I reached behind me for my jumper and glanced to see where it was. And as I did, I got a glimpse of a light blue woolen peacoat standing directly behind me, just above my shoulder, so close that I saw the way the light glinted in the buttons, and I could only make out just that the arms of the coat were inside the pockets. I stood up as fast as I could, and I saw that the coat, and presumably the wearer, had vanished. I didn't even hesitate and just legged it out of the place, and refused to go back in for another hour until I knew that my roommate was back in the house. The worst incident was also the last. It was Sunday morning, and we're allowed lie-ins. I was asleep when suddenly I became aware of the fact that I was asleep and lying in bed. I suppose it's what you could call a lucid dream, but I'm not sure as it's never actually happened to me before. I didn't have enough time to focus on it because next thing I knew, there was a feeling of something being near me, and then a feeling that something was by my head, and I felt a presence standing by my head, leaning over me, so solid that it felt like another human being was right there, even through the fog of my sleeping mind. I didn't have enough time to realize what was happening until I felt a hand, a solid, warm human hand, touch my head and the bit just under my ears and start to stroke it. And I swear to Christ and back again that a voice began to make a noise in my ear, like a weird moaning sound, or like someone was sobbing with their mouth closed, muffling the sounds of sobs. I wasn't sure if it was real, but I sure wasn't taking any chances if it wasn't a dream, so I twisted myself away from it and screamed out loud, "Georgia! Georgia!" Georgia bolted up and looked around as I tore my covers off and looked around my area. She looked really confused, as though she hadn't seen anything, and I thought that maybe it had been a dream, until I noticed that my wall calendar that was pinned up to my notice board above my head had been ripped off the wall and was lying on the floor by my bed, despite the fact that it was definitely pinned up securely the night before. It never got as bad as that again. The feeling of being watched slowly began to stop after that, and the negative aura in the room and the small sounds I would have heard in the night started to stop as well. And when I came back from the Christmas holidays in January, it was barely here. The presents had all but vanished, and it felt like the rest of the dorm rooms in Robinson. Over Christmas, I decided to do a bit of research into Robinson to figure out what could explain what was going on. I found out that Robinson has been a hotel before my boarding school had purchased it, which is why the rooms were so big and why they still had ensuite bathrooms, and you could actually still see the old wallpaper that had been painted over in some of the rooms. The town where my school is was a really big place for spying and espionage during the Cold War, and is still to this day has strong links to British espionage, and this hotel was very close to places where this would have definitely occurred. The coat I saw matches exactly the kind of coats worn by the Navy during the 1960s. So from what I gathered, and since getting information about the detailed workings of the British government during the 60s is kind of difficult, I like to think that maybe it's the ghosts of someone who lost their life in my room when it was still a hotel during the Cold War, and they're still stuck here, waiting until they can pass on.
Hey friends, thanks for listening. Be sure to subscribe and click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/LetsReadOfficial, and give and receive feedback from the community, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And join my Discord to interact with me and other listeners directly. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations for just $1 a month on Patreon, and maybe even pick up some Let's Read merch on Spreadshirt. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all these stories in long compilation form and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the bio. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, in 1940, your body was worth about $6,000.